The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Human Resources Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 1 o'clock. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes are presented on the agenda will stand approved. The next agenda item is an update from TDCJ Director of Recruiting, Jeremy Bryant. Mr. Bryant, please join us at the podium. Hi there. If you're ready, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, board members, Mr. Collier. I'm excited to come talk to you today about our correctional officer recruiting and what we've been doing since I was moved into the position earlier this year. I'd like to start off with our first slide. We gave ourselves a target date of 21 days. That would be the average that it would take for us to hire somebody with the limits that are built into the process. There's certain processes that exist that take time, so it takes us, the minimum that we're going to be able to get the average time down to will be 21 days. So we identified that, and that's what we're starting to work towards. So we immediately started looking into our processes, what we were doing, what we were receiving, and through our efficient approaches that we've been doing to recruiting, we've taken our average time to process an application down from 69 days to 48 days over this fiscal year. And again, our target approach is 21. We hopefully will be there sometime the middle of next summer. We have to wait on the data, is what we're doing at this point. The average that we're doing right now is about 26 days to process. So from the time that we put this presentation together, it's reduced that much. So we're getting closer and closer. Next slide. The second big achievement that I'd like to talk about was all that work that I just discussed with you a second ago. We were only getting 75% of the people who wanted to be a correctional officer to actually show up on day one. So some of those processes that we started tracking, and then we started making our implementation about January of this year, has led to an 11% increase. We're averaging an 86% show-up rate to the academies now. It's starting to climb, and we'll continue to do that refinement. This is a big part of that is that we've limited our scheduling of applicants to start the academy. When we call to offer them the jobs and things of that nature, we do it within a 4-week window, so they can't be scheduled for an academy further out. All right, figure out what you got going on, and then call us back, and we'll get you scheduled. That way it keeps a sense of urgency on the side of the cadet as well as the side of our staff to make sure that the people are getting into the academy and following up with them. Anything beyond those 4 weeks, we will do a 6-week for people with special circumstances, such as moving from out of state into state, or they have contractual obligations with their current employer that won't terminate until at least 6 weeks out. I feel like I'm going through this. And the next slide. Thank you, sir. The big thing that I want to talk about then, that's kind of why I blew through those other two sides, was the enhancements to our interview process. For the longest time, we would call people that had submitted their application over the phone, and then we would try to call them 3 times throughout the day before their application was, well, we can't get a hold of this person. It was a cold call from a TDCJ state of Texas telephone number that most of the time showed up as an unknown. And people don't answer unknown calls. So we adopted Microsoft Bookings, which is built into the Microsoft Teams software that the agency currently utilizes. And now applicants schedule their own time, date and time, to be interviewed. So they receive an email, a text message, and a phone call that says, hey, you're going to get this link. make sure you click it and tell us what time and date you're going to be available to do your interview. And we've done that through Microsoft Teams, so it's video interview style. We're able to visually see that the person that we're interviewing is the same person that submitted their application. And that goes on the back end as well as we're getting ready to offer them the job. When we call to offer them the job, we do it through Microsoft Bookings as well. And that's a part of a limiting factor to that 21 days as well, because there's only so many interviews, so many schedules that you can do within a day, within a week, within a month. So the biggest thing it's done for us is it's really cut back on erroneous hires. We can tell there was some times that we were having that were the people we were interviewing were not the people who'd show up to be hired, that we found out when they show up. And so this step here confirms that the person who was interviewing is the person who was hiring. And then as well as the recruiters, especially the ones you see on the screen here with Stephen Fisher, Raylinda Lindbergh, and Rosemary Reed, they embody the spirit that we're looking for. Stephen Fisher was most recently a lieutenant of correctional officers at the Wind Unit. He joined us as a recruiter about 3 months ago and loves every second of it and is excited to talk to people about it. In fact, we have to say, hey, we know you like talking to these guys and they got lots of questions, but we got other people we got to get to, right? So Raylinda Lindbergh is also came from a unit, but she came out of classification. She was in the count room there. And she's been with us for about 5-6 years. She's been with us through all this and helping us refine those processes. And Rosemary Reed most recently retired as a principal from a high school in Houston and was looking for something to do. And she came back and is working with us. And if you ever get the chance to just call in her telephone number and talk to her, she is so excited. And she's doing little dances with the people as they're giving their jobs to them and celebrating that success. So I wanted to spend the most time talking about this is because we have refocused our entire process from a process of mass hiring, right, to a very selective process of hiring. And with the refinements that we have been making to our processes itself within correctional officer staffing, the systems that we have, and then the staff that we have gathered up and put together to carry out this mission is leading to some pretty good successes and pretty good hiring numbers. In fact, I think that we've been holding pretty steady for the last 7 months at our hiring rates. And I keep telling Mr. Collier, as I said, boss, we are being selective. We are being a lot more picky about who we're bringing back in, but you keep putting up the same numbers. It's because of our processes that we've been looking at. And the last slide that I'd like to share with you, we are getting better about the way that the money that we do have and the money that we're spending on our hires. So initially when we started doing our hiring events, we would do them region-wide. And when we do them region-wide, we would invite all the facilities out to partake. And to do that many facilities, it was pretty expensive for a hiring event. And we would receive 15 applications or 15 hires in Amarillo, but it didn't make that big of an impact on any of the facilities because we hired 1 for this facility, 4 for this facility, or anything else like that. So with Bartlett, we wanted to try just 1 facility, see what we can do for just 1 facility, put the same time, energy, and effort into 1 facility. And we got 19 hires on the spot. We ended up with 21 total out of that event. And you can see the cost per hires, that difference between those 2 costs per hires, what they were and what we're doing. It was much money was well spent on getting those to those facilities. And so trying to make a large impact on 1 facility really helps versus making small impacts on all the different facilities. So in conclusion, that was fast. I'm not sure if it's my time. In conclusion, we have transitioned from a volume recruiting organization to a selective organization focusing on our processes and creating a sense of urgency around customer service. We're going to continue to refine and examine our processes to see what we can improve and what we can't, and start working on those numbers. And then we're sharing those lessons learned across all platforms with everybody so that everybody can be making the same decisions. And that's all I have, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the board?
I have a comment, if I could. I had the pleasure of sitting with Jeremy and his team right after you got assigned to this position, and we spent a lot of time talking about the different things that you had planned to do. I just want to commend you. I think you've made remarkable progress in a very short period of time, and I look forward to the year coming because I know it's going to continue. The one thing I would like to offer and encourage all the other board members here is that we need to give you our total support. It's one of the most important initiatives within the agency right now, or the anyway. So my question to you would be, what do you need that you don't have, and how can we help?
At the moment, sir, we're in the process of figuring everything out. It will be very, very soon that I will know exactly what I need. I can tell you that we will be looking at an applicant tracking system very soon. That is going to be a big ask, and we will be coming back once we know what we want, what's going to work for the entire agency, not just correctional officers. Then we will definitely be back with that, and I'll probably be a big part of that charge, so I'll be in your ears asking for what we need at that point. That will be the next big thing that I need, but I appreciate your support from the very beginning, Mr. Welch.
Chairman.
Again, on behalf of the entire board, I think General Welch's comments were spot on. I think that we've seen tremendous improvement in the recruiting area, and it's much needed. So just a couple of questions following up on your presentation. So when you're talking about the processing days,
Yes, sir.
is that run from the time of application through the actual hiring decision? Is that what the time period that we're
Yes,
looking at?
that's all the way up to the hiring decision itself.
Okay.
The 21 days. If we were to do time to hire, most of our applicants are selecting a 14-day waiting period. Basically, they want to give their current employer a
Sure.
2-week notice.
Sure.
So if you could couple that in, then we're getting right up there close to where we're at right now.
And just in general, what are the additional hurdles that you have to cross in order to get from the 48 days where you are currently to the 21-day goal?
Right now, it's staff intensive. We are in the process of a realignment, reorganization, and lots of moving parts. So the biggest hurdle right now is training the newer staff into the system and getting them comfortable with it, especially when you hire a new recruiter, because they're not comfortable saying, you can't work here. We appreciate your interest, but it's not going to work out. So that's the longest thing is taking them. So we've initiated some training along those lines, leadership style training with our team leads to help encourage and grow saying no and things of that nature, make them feel more comfortable.
And my other question is on this unit-based approach, which I think I can speak for the board is exactly the right approach as opposed to doing a regional approach. How much interaction do you have, especially in some of these more rural areas, with local leaders, local business leaders, local government leaders, to be able to advertise, recruit? I just remember being through one fairly rural area recently where the unit had worked with the city leaders to allow the unit to post a banner in the city park. So just talk to us a little bit about that. What kind
Yes,
of
sir.
outreach you're doing to improve the process?
Yes, sir. The most recent one we worked with the city government was Fort Stockton. We held an event at their convention center for the Lionel and Fort Stockton units. The city manager, which was there, and his name is slipping my brain at the moment, was retired from TDCJ. And so we talked, and they put it out on all their channels through their Chamber of Commerce and things of that nature. And we advertise like we normally do on the radio and digital advertising to bring people in. We've done it in the city of Bartlett. The city manager for that particular day, he was out the day that we did those events, but we spoke to him, and he's excited about us coming back into the facility or into the Bartlett unit. So the wardens are extremely crucial in that aspect. Most of them already have relationships, so we do coordinate with the wardens to go through those avenues. We'll be back in Georgetown and Temple next month for the Bartlett unit, and Warden Larson's already reached out to those places, and we're trying to make it exciting for everybody.
Well, I'll help you to the extent I can, because this goes out, the information from the board meeting goes out, we're on YouTube. And so I will say unequivocally that, we can't do this alone.
Yes,
If
sir.
rural communities in the state of Texas want to maintain the facilities in their communities, they need to be working with us.
Yes, sir.
To let the community know about the great opportunities that are out there for women and men to work in our facilities. So appreciate the continued outreach that you're doing, but I'm going to be out there encouraging. The flip side is a two-way street to try to get our local officials in those communities, local business leaders, to help.
Appreciate all the help we could get.
You mentioned one of the female recruiters that was exceptional. Will you remind me of her name?
Rosemary Reed.
Rosemary Reed. And would you mind getting Jill her phone number so
Will do.
some of
Yes,
us
ma'am.
that would like to call
Yes, ma'am.
can do that? Any other questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next item on the agenda is an update from Director of Training and Leader Development Division, David Yebra. Mr. Yebra, you're already at the podium, so if you're ready, go ahead.
Chair Zeicher, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Mr. Collier. You asked us to share a few thoughts with you today about the effectiveness of our current training, the new initiatives that we have in training, and an update on our health and wellness, or what we refer to as peak performance. And so I'll cover that this afternoon. A little bit by way of background, this division was formed in 2019, and we are responsible for correctional officer training, parole officer training, probation officer training, human resource training. We launched TDCJ Online for our online development, and we've been a lead part of the health and wellness of the agency as well. So I'll touch on that toward the end. I want to take a minute and just thank a number of folks, Bobby, Renee, Carrie, and Mary, those 4 primary customers that were in the formation of TLDD. Coming for 24 years in the military and several years deployed in Iraq was a significant change for me, and they were very helpful. Bill Lewis and MAL and the work that they did to support us, Ron with facilities, Tina with IT. I mean, just a wonderful support, of course, business and finance support in the development of the division. Mr. Oscar Mendoza presented in 2018 a vision for TLDD and what it would look like. On any given day, we have 1,000 people plus in some form of training where we are located. What we've done in support of this original vision, in parole, we have an enhanced police service now, which includes a field experience, experiential learning, and a very in-depth after-action review, and continue to involve that process to make it as best as we can. For their in-service, we transitioned to online, not only for the consistency of the training, but to support their incredible schedules that are more amenable to them completing their in-service training. In the areas of community supervision, we enhanced not only the community supervision officer training in person, but offered an online version, which has saved community supervision correctional departments significant amounts of money. We've also developed 10 new Texas Risk Assessment Master Trainers, which is a difficult process in of itself, but now we have that a more robust capacity within the agency. In our leader development of the leaders in community supervision, we've been able to offer 8,964 hours of training for them that they would not have otherwise had at no cost in leader development that we've been able to offer them online. In human resources, we've fully developed the HR essentials and equipping leaders with HR fundamentals, all online in support of Mary and her team. And we've designed HR tracks for their supervisors and their basic essentials for their HR staff. In TDCJ Online, we have over 3,000 enrolled right now in an online capacity, 825 in a role, over 1,200 in community supervision, and several others throughout. And we've been able to develop content for the OGC, for ADA, for PFC MOD's orientation, for victim services and suicide prevention, and MAL in transportation, IT, and facilities for some of the door manipulation challenges that we were having as far as some of their other services. So very robust there. In the areas of leadership development, we've been facilitating a leadership academy for 11 years now, which is not only TDCJ, it's staff and faculty from the university, community supervision, board of pardons and paroles, the city of Huntsville. And it's a good cross-section for our leaders to see how the challenges of leading other people are not specific to an agency, but to human beings. And our emerging leader course, which is division director selected, over 200 individuals have been through that particular program. You asked about our effectiveness. The way we are able to get a feel for how we are doing is a multi-approach. We do our annual needs assessment that we do for ACA, but we do it for obviously for our purpose and how we develop our continued training and improvements. We recently did several focus groups on behavioral health so that we can enhance the program, and I'll talk about that a little bit of correctional training and parole. Our correctional officer retention and wellness survey, which is becoming kind of the heart of how we direct our training with Andy Barbie's leadership and getting the specificity that we need for the areas to continue to refine our training. In the areas of audits, we go through ACA accreditation as well, and we've maintained 100% since 2006 of the audits that we've done here. We also recently did a field training officer assessment so we get better understand the consistency of the needs that we have and the roles that they play and the challenges that we're facing with our field training officers. This next video is just to highlight the wonderful people that we have in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I'll address some of these initiatives here in future slides. For behavioral health intervention, we're launching this coming month a different in-service program for select units where the warden identifies those individuals that have that capacity to deal with behavioral health, move away from a week-long in-service model to over 6 months. We take care of their core requirements, but they'll be a little bit more specialized in behavioral health. In an advanced course for those units as well, they'll have a multidisciplinary team approach, a good cross-section of the entire team that will go through 1 week a month. They only require one time out of the year for that particular behavioral health training. We recently completed a tactical response team exercise and crisis negotiation team exercise, where we spent a week-long intense training to assist and learn how to conduct search operations outside. Before that, about 2 years ago, Mr. Collier asked us if we were ready for some of these higher intensity operations, and that was kind of the start of a tactical response team training. We've been training for about 1.5 years on a quarterly basis. Started on the unit with most intense situations that we faced there. In this past exercise, we took them outside, and they worked alongside the Texas Game Wardens, K-9 units, DPS, and our wonderful OIG, and great lessons learned and great learning. We also did a hostage exercise on Alice and Bobby and his team and their incident command, and involving crisis negotiators that have gone through formal negotiation training and will continue to sustain that operation. For virtual reality, it's not intended to be a cure-all, but we have a system that we're able to utilize to help us close the gap with experience. Our facilitators are learning on how to deliver very intense virtual reality systems. range operations are very realistic, and de-escalation in these areas of adult supervision. And it gives them great repetition in a realistic environment, but at low cost and high impact. And we continue to use that to augment our training. In online leader development, our lieutenants are enrolled in an online course, 116 of them now, to continue and augment the Lieutenant Leadership Forum. So they continue to train online. We also have all our instructors enrolled, 160 plus enrolled on that online instructor course as well, so they can learn the fundamentals of the techniques that we are employing. In the areas of adult supervision, this next month we'll have a leader course that starts at the new supervisor level, including senior leaders as well in a separate course. What's unique about this course is just not parole. It will involve leaders from community supervision and the Board of Pardons and Paroles. So they all get a shared experience and best practices in their respective fields in the areas of leader development. We'll also begin competency-based assessment. If someone is capable of their core competencies, the question is, why do we need to keep them for training and get them back to the unit? Why are we going to have them sit there for 4 hours if they're already capable of performing the task? And so we begin competency-based performance as we move forward. The chart I'd like to kind of focus on the bottom half there. That's the top part is what we do now, but we're moving to a more phased approach where it's continuous learning by the correctional officers, not as modular as pre-service, then OJT, then continued training. It's a continuous training. We're bringing some of those tasks back from the FTO, those tasks that are redundant, back to the academy experience. And we're looking to expand that to 8 weeks. So they spend 4 weeks in the academy and then 4 weeks on a unit. And we bring some of those tasks back to the academy experience. And then when they get to the unit, it's more of an integration and transition of what we call field training officers now to unit readiness officers, so that we can continue to train on the unit. And it's not so modular as an in-service, more continuous training on the unit is where we're taking this course to. For online learning, we've had partnerships with higher education. We're able to utilize a learning management system called Blackboard. Our most prominent relationship was with Sam Houston State University, but we also partner with Lamar Institute of Technology, Lamar State College at Orange, several others that are able to utilize their learning management system, which gives us a great opportunity to advance our online training. They also have access to LinkedIn Learning, and that's a powerful platform for others who want to pursue their own individual development. And that's where we're headed across the agency, is our people can develop as they see fit. And we're able to recognize their completion of leader development programs or LinkedIn Learning to maybe account for supervisory experience that we demand of them if they so choose. And we're working through that policy at this time. The training center you've heard about before, this is just a rendering, and a special thank you to Ron Hudson and his team, Damon, Royal. They've put in a lot of work to design it. Not only as a training center for the agency, we'll be moving our parole training to Huntsville to operate in this training center. But it'll also have, as you've heard, small arms ranges, bunkhouses, and mock cells, so that when we do train in mock cells, there's great observation and a realistic environment. But also it includes recording studios to enhance a lot of the training that we're doing now in the development of online capability, and wonderful training studios that will enable the recording of what we need to get done. But a special thanks to facilities and the wonderful work that they're doing. In this last area in health and wellness, the previous chairman, sir, challenged us to come up with something that was more than just an exercise program, more behavior about how we eat and what we do. Over our entire time of engagement, 3,248 have participated in a program called Wonder Health, which is not only physical but mental and your overall well-being. Just for a stat, 19,850 pounds have been lost as a result of that. 43% of the participants lost over 3% of that weight. And the loss of 3% reduces the number of hypertension, heart disease, and other things that might result of being overweight. And they participate in that program, again, at no cost. We've had 345, and I'll show you a few things here just in a minute about Catapult, which is a virtual and an in-person preventative health exam. And we've been able to assess primarily our sergeants, but several others it's been available to everybody to take a look to see how they're doing overall. And a very significant blood results and somebody talks to you about those blood results. And again, we bring the medical care to our training or to your office. And it's not intended to replace an in-person preventative exam, but it's an opportunity for them to accommodate best to their schedules. Next month, we'll also be launching what's called a Master Wellness Coordinate course, or Leading Well. And that's the one we've heard from a wonderful program called Elevate Every Day, is that we're not aware of these resources. So this course is designed to infuse ambassadors across the agency to understand all the resources that are available. Then they can reach out to each individual department so they'll know that they can be a resource. They will go through a course with some rigor and receive a certification in that regard. Not only so they can learn about all that we have available, but to include mental health, Doctor on Demand, MD Live, the 24-hour crisis hotline, so that they're available as a resource, and that we are well aware of the resources that extend from our services. And we'll be launching that Master Wellness Coordinator course this coming month, or Leading Well. And lastly, I feel the need to say this, but may I approach? Well, if you think, ma'am, that was not intended for you in particular, but I know, ma'am, I just couldn't help it. These are some of the things that come with the catapult kit. And I'll explain, and I'll just start down here. And if you don't know, work your way to the center. I'd get in trouble if I didn't give you one of these too.
Thank you. Interesting.
What you have there, I could bring the whole shoebox, it wouldn't fit in my luggage, but what comes in that packet there is a heart rate monitor, just like you're at the dentist. And it comes for them to keep. They are required to indicate what the blood pressure is, and you'll see there's a little kit I'll show you here in a second. What's most beneficial to our employees is they can draw their own blood. And you draw that blood with that device that you have there, Judge Francis, and they're able to draw. It takes about 7 minutes. Taking off a Band-Aid hurts more than the application of that particular device. And it comes with a little vial there at the bottom, a little kit to heat it up, and you draw your own blood. The process to request one, and that's available now. You can request, takes just a few minutes online to request the kit, and you're getting text messages all along the way. And then when you complete your blood results, it comes with this kit that you just indicate a little information, put it in here, and a UPS bag that's already ready to mail. You just leave it at UPS, no cost to the employee. Again, not intended to replace in-person exam either. Once your results are ready, they'll ask you to schedule an appointment. And then when that time comes, you have a nurse practitioner talking you through your blood results in some detail and an online health report. And we acknowledge that as a preventative health exam. And that's just something else that's been available. Our wonderful partners at Employee Retirement System of Texas and Blue Cross Blue Shield, they've all been great partners. The tote bags you have in front of you, the initial wave that we have is 2,000 of them at no cost. And it has just some menu items, or some recommended about what's in the commissary and what you can bring as a result, what you might be able to bring just to eat a little healthier. And so those are going to be available to a good number of our employees as well. Penny, your questions, ma'am, that concludes my briefing.
Thank you for bringing goodies. I didn't know we were getting all of this today.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions from the board?
Is this a contract of some sort, the AWP, or what is it, AWP?
That's through the program overall itself, General Welch, has to do with our Blue Cross and Blue Shield partners and our employee retirement system. You do have some handouts that are just offer different services in the agency, but the players that have been involved in the development of this have been those individuals. And they've been great partners to us in the development of all the programs and educating us with the resources that are available.
Just a quick question about the presentation you made. Thank you very much, Mr. Yebra.
Yes, sir.
In terms of I think the board fully appreciates the effort to still have that academy time, but also get that kind of on-the-unit training. So the question to you is, you know, given some of the staffing shortages that we've had across the state at various units, do we have a ways to go before we can get to the point of actually having folks dedicated to the training of others at units, as opposed to being in a situation where, you know, training may be a little bit of something that needs to be done, but other demands of the unit draw that trainer away, if that makes sense?
Yes, sir. Probably the last 2 years, we've been making a transition from slides, discipline, lesson plan, to more performance-oriented training. But that requires a better student-to-instructor ratio. We, like everybody else, is no stranger to the difficulty with that. We would prefer to have maybe a 1 to 25 ratio, but sometimes that's up to 1 to 50, 1 to 40 when we're on that unit experience. So Bobby and his team has always been wonderful in accommodating the training. We just need to continue to work to bring down that ratio, and we've taken a few steps to help us improve that student-to-instructor ratio.
Thank you, David. Chairman, if I could speak to that. So in our LAR, which Ron will be explaining to you when you get the overview of the LAR, it includes some additional training positions that help accomplish what David's talking about, because our vision would be you have a portion of the academy, then you're going to go to unit-based training. You remain in that training model, but with staff there on the unit. But those same staff would be the ones that help coordinate in-service. So rather than go away from the unit for like a week at a time, you can do in-service throughout the year.
Yeah.
So you can take 8 hours, 2 hours, 6 hours throughout the year, so that you don't have to necessarily leave the facility every year for a week to go to your in-service. But the pre-service would also give us an opportunity to, and we know this because we know when we lose our employees, is in that 4 to 6 month window, but have a better hold on them in the early phases of employment and continue that training and consistency without turning them to a shift right out of the box and then trying to continue to do training with them. So we have staff in the LAR request that would help us get there. And we're also in the process, and we'll start that next week, transitioning the unit-based academy staff over to TLDD. They're currently CID.
And we appreciate the combined effort, and we anticipate the legislature's consideration of that request, so to support the types of programs that you're talking to us about today, Mr. Yebra.
Yes, sir.
And the other question I have is, looping back to the recruiting piece, are we including as part of our recruiting pitch, our recruiting portfolio, all of these great employee programs and support that we have, benefit programs, wellness programs? Is that part of, are you working with the recruiting folks to make sure that they're up to speed, to make sure that all that information is made available to our recruits?
Yes, sir. The benefit of having CO staffing at that period of time was the awareness of all the things that we were doing. It probably is overdue for another update to Jeremy and his team because of the new individuals that he's brought on board. But that's a great point, sir. We'll make sure, Jeremy, that their team is fully aware of the initiatives that we have now, in addition to the ones that they are familiar with.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And my question is just about technology. I see that we've integrated a lot of technology already, and you have plans to do so in the future, but do you feel like you have the capabilities to implement technology to be able to train people, because you have so many different kinds of trainings? Just speak to the technology piece of it.
Madam Zeicher, first, the partnerships that we've had with the colleges and universities has been phenomenal. Without them, we would not have been able to get to where we are now. There are some additional requests that I'm sure Mr. Collier will address to enhance our e-learning development as well.
I was just going to say, in the legislative appropriation request, there's also a learning management system requested that would replace the system that we have now, which is pretty archaic. It would be a way to track and keep up with training and then help plan and record what we're doing there.
It's a full training management system, Ms. Zeicher, where we can manage records, that any individual at any given time can pull up a transcript of all the training that they have accomplished, no matter where they have been, to assess their performance based on results and testing, and they got a good idea of where they are. A Blackboard is nice, but it's more of just a college level course and the delivery. So a really enhanced learning management system is where we're aiming toward. And we've met regularly with several companies to see what that could be like, so that our people are in charge of their careers and their learning management.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really great. Thank you.
An honor, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, the last item is an update from Human Resource Division Director, Mary McCafferty. Mrs. McCafferty, please join us at the podium.
Good afternoon, Chair Zeiker, Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Collier. Thank you for the opportunity to give an update about the Human Resources Division. So in the 9 months that I've been in this position and the year or two preceding that, arguably the HR division has undergone probably the most transition of any division at the agency. We were in the process last December of centralizing several of the functions that used to be held in the field. The idea being that we could do better training, more specialization, if we brought those positions to headquarters, which would leave the field staff with the ability to have more interaction with our employees at TDCJ. So we hit some bumps and did a lot of learning and growing through that process, which led to a large-scale reorganization. So our leadership team really paid attention to the functions of HR and tried to align them in the way that made best sense. So this is an updated snapshot of the sections within the HR division. And just to give an example of what I mean by that alignment, is that previously our leave section and our time-keying section reported to two different chains of command. And what we found is those employees really need to be working in an integrated one-chain system so that they have consistent leadership and solid communication. So we put those functions together. And so that's what's represented here. We've also lost a lot of staff. For many months over the past year or so, a lot of our locations have been operating with no or only one HR staff person per location. And this is a tremendous amount of work for only one person to do to support thousands of employees in one location. So the people that stuck around have really stood in the gap and allowed us to keep going. And they are what has, made us persevere and continue to grow. We've hired 39 employees so far just since January of this year. And with support from executive leadership, we're posting a lot more and doing a lot of hiring to get that up and get us fully staffed. Next slide. So our focus this year within the HR division has really been on our culture and leadership. So we're adding a focus on service in addition to compliance. We've always been strong in the compliance arena, which is good, and obviously it's something necessary that we need to continue. However, we often had that compliance at the sake of our people. And so we're trying to bring back that air of service and being service-driven in addition to maintaining compliance with rules and regulations. We're also working to emphasize communication, both within our division, within our teams, but also with our stakeholders and all of our customers, which is every employee from TDCJ. So we're doing that. We've hosted leadership retreats, in-person meetings with our regional coordinators who are supervising all of the field staff. We've done town halls, a lot of getting out there and listening to the people. And trying to model what we want them to do with the rest of the TDCJ staff. We're working on teamwork and collaboration and trying to be solution focused. There's a lot of reasons why we can't do something, and we're trying to really focus on why we can or how we can and why we need to instead of all of our challenges. As you heard, we have been reintegrating CO staffing back into the HR division. Which CO staffing has achieved a lot of efficiencies when they broke out of HR several years ago. And so we're trying to learn what we can from them. They got faster, got more accurate, and we're trying to build some of those processes to match within HR for regular staffing. We're also asking a lot of hard questions and trying to get an honest assessment of are our processes leading to the outcomes that we're intending? And oftentimes they're not. And so that means our team has undergone a lot of change and will continue to do that as we continue to grow. Next slide. So some of our accomplishments is that review of our processes, moving towards electronic signatures, using SharePoint where we can, changing the very narrow way that we would look at screening qualifications, trying to infuse a little more common sense, a little less black and white. The time scan process has been both an accomplishment and a significant challenge. However, it has allowed us to reduce our reliance on paper as far as collecting time worked by our employees. As I mentioned, the selections team is really trying to review every single process, the way that we hire people to get faster and more accurate. I want you to understand that we're doing all of that by hand today. So we posted 2,402 jobs in the first 6 months of 2024 and screened 20,564 applications by hand. There's no tracking system, there's nothing. So it makes it really difficult for us to tell, like my fellow division directors, where an application is in the process, or for an applicant to find out where they are. And so we have a lot of work to do. So we're using SharePoint and trying to match those workflows that CO staffing uses, trying to build those in SharePoint until we can get an applicant tracking system. But probably our biggest accomplishment over the last year is the resiliency and dedication of the staff. They are the reason why we're still functioning as an agency, and so I'd like to introduce you to a few of them. So Region 4, of course, includes the Sanchez unit here in El Paso. We were without an HR employee at the Sanchez unit since October of 2023. So these staff from Region 4 drove on a rotation up to 10 hours. They would leave on a Sunday, drive from Beeville to El Paso, work here all week, helping employees, cleaning up backlogs. Then they'd drive home on Saturday, have one day off, and then go back to their unit and play catch up there. We've since filled one of the positions at Sanchez since the end of June, and so the folks that are serving in that rotation have decreased, but isn't that amazing? They've been doing that for almost a year. Next. In addition, many of those same staff were also working to support the Stevenson unit, which was in the other direction. So when they weren't at Sanchez, they're playing catch up at their own unit, and then they're driving to Stevenson, where we also had no staff. Those are just some examples of the coverage and the flexibility and adaptability that our staff have really embodied. But I'm really proud of them and appreciate them. Next, this is Sherry Barrington. She's our regional coordinator in Region 6 in Gatesville. Not only does she serve her region, but she regularly reaches over and collaborates with other regions, finds areas where she and her staff can help key time, where we have a lot of vacancies, and coordinating coverage, for a lot of different places. Terry Swenson is the Human Resource Specialist 4 at the Wainwright unit. Terry has over 27 years of experience with TDCJ, and she has been running the Wainwright unit on her own, in addition to cleaning up at the Wind unit. She also does a lot of training for staff in Region 1, so we really appreciate her. And Tasha McGregor is the Human Resource Specialist 4 at Telford. Tasha was in an office of 3, and both of her coworkers retired last August. She was the clerk too. Telford's a big unit. So she held it down at Telford, mostly by herself, until this year. We've since had the privilege of promoting her twice, and she's now the supervisor of HR at Telford. So these are just a few examples of the dedicated and caring staff within the HR division. So I could talk to you about them all day, but I'm really proud to highlight just a few of those. So as we talk about where we're currently at and where we're going, next slide please. We're operating at around a 30% vacancy rate. We're working on posting those positions and making the right selections as quickly as we can. We're trying to be very thoughtful about this and posting from the top down so that we don't have people that are like jumping and then we end up interviewing over and over and over. And you know, with the lack of staff or the influx of new staff, we have a void of institutional knowledge and training. So we're working really hard to build new training programs internally for our team so that we can provide better service to the staff at TDCJ. As I mentioned, technology is still a huge hurdle for us. We appreciate our partners at IT for helping us get things like Adobe Pro so that we can do electronic transfers and document signing and things like that. And then those outdated processes. We haul around a lot of paper. My briefcase is full of it right now. We FedEx it all over the place. It's crazy. So we're working on doing a better job of using our resources more efficiently and doing what we can with what we have. So some of our current initiatives, as I mentioned, that staffing is a huge focus for us. We are building an internal orientation for HR so that every new staff member has the opportunity to hear and get a baseline knowledge about all of the sections within HR. We've also been undergoing the revision of Personnel Directive 22, which is our employee discipline policy for the agency. I hope to be here next board meeting talking about that. The revisions really focus on coaching and employee development instead of just punishment. So we want to, if we want to be the #1 employer in Texas, we've got to invest in our employees and help coach them to learn the skills and behaviors that we want to see. That selections process, really, we have a lot to go. The staff have been working really hard and doing the best that they can. And so it's our job, Jeremy and I and our leadership team, to really get them what they need and help them with resources. We'll also be reviewing the processes for investigating EEO and complaints so that we make sure that we're protecting both employees and the agency. So I would like to end with just my gratitude for the opportunity to serve in this role and the gratitude to the staff at our HR division. And I appreciate all of our partners throughout the agency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for highlighting some of those staff members. I love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there
Any
questions from the board?
Just a comment more than a question. You know, we're all in the business of continuous improvement. We strive to emphasize the need for continuous improvement across the agency. We see from time to time that there are various divisions within the agency that can use more continuous improvement than others.
Sure.
And I just tell you that there's a reason why you're in the position you're in right now, and it's because of your ability and your dedication to the type of servant leadership that you've shown today. So we
Thank you.
very much appreciate the work that you've done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just have one comment, and I would do it publicly, just to thank Mary for all that she's done. She stepped into a very difficult role in a division that was in turmoil and trying to settle it back down, but then also try to see the future of what we do need to become. If we're going to be a #1 employer by 2030, it took new leadership. It's going to take a new culture. It's going to take a new philosophy, and HR is a key piece of that. So I thank her for taking on that challenge, and she's continued to do a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And I would be remiss to not ask you, how can we support you? Because just as General Welch said earlier, this is a really critical division that is in charge of a lot of things. And so
Sure.
how can we support you?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think continuing to be supportive and is one way, and that applicant tracking system is another. But we've been very fortunate to have the opportunity to hire a lot of new staff. So I am really hopeful that once we get them hired and trained, that we'll really see leaps and bounds and kind of snowball with some of our changes and successes. So kind of just stay tuned and see where we're going.
And my last question is about training. As you said, you have a lot of new staff, and therefore, what is your larger approach to training, and kind of further talk about building that institutional knowledge that's, as you said, a bit lacking right now?
Sure. So when I came in, you know, and I was talking so fast.
Your time's up.
Okay. All right.
You're doing great.
So in victim services, we had like a standard training, and every new hire went through it. They got to meet with all of the different leaders, and I just assumed that that was something that the rest of the agency did, which it's not. So at one point in the past, HR did have that, but it hadn't been updated in probably 10 plus years. Mm-hmm. So the team is really focused on trying to slow down and take a minute to build that training, because before, when we're just throwing people out there, we're not being effective because they don't know what they need to know to do their job. So giving them the time and the space to work on that training has been really important. We just launched it for this month, and it will be going on a rotating basis. So when we have new hires, they'll be able to log in on Teams and meet the division leadership. We've got some videos that communications is producing for us. So that helps us just kind of get everybody on the same page. And then from there, each of the teams is working on their own like job specific training, and the updating of our policies, all of that's kind of included with it. So that's been our focus. We also look at all kinds of opportunities externally, like from the Department of Labor or the EEOC. We do a lot of webinars where we get everybody in a group and kind of view those and talk through those. So that's been helpful as well.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other questions? No.
Thank you.
The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Human Resources Committee is now adjourned. It is 1:57. There you go.
All right, folks, the meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and Business and Financial Operations Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open, and the time is 1:58. All right. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, minutes as presented on the agenda will stand as approved. And the next is a review of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice fiscal year 2025 proposed operating budget and fiscal years 2026 and 2027 legislative appropriations request. Chief Financial Officer Ron Steffa will be presenting today. Mr. Steffa is already at the podium, so if you're ready, please begin.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chair Welch, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. Tomorrow, during the board's regular session, I'll be bringing the fiscal year 2025 operating budget and the fiscal years 26-27 legislative appropriations request for your review and approval. First, let me thank you for the time that you took to allow us to individually brief you. I know you have very busy schedules, and we appreciate the time that you took away from that we could go over our budget and our legislative appropriations request, or LAR. I would also like to thank Jennifer Gonzalez, Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Rebecca Waltz, our Budget Director, Ashley Adkins, our Deputy Budget Director, and really all the budget staff for a lot of hard work that they put into creating this budget and the legislative appropriations request. The agency's FY25 operating budget is consistent with the funding decisions that the legislature made last session. The fiscal year 25 budget totals $4.3 billion, and it provides for the legislatively approved salary increase of 5% with a minimum of $3,000 for agency employees that will be effective September 1st of 2024. In July, instructions for preparing the fiscal year 26-27 LAR were received from the Governor's Office and the Legislative Budget Board, and the agency's request was prepared consistent with those instructions. The base request is $4.4 billion for fiscal year 26 and $4.3 billion for fiscal year 27. Any requests that exceeds that baseline are required to be submitted as an exceptional item. So I'll now cover the agency's exceptional items and provide a brief description of each one. The agency's submission date is September 6th for the LAR. We'll make submissions to the LBB in the required offices, and we'll also post a summary and the document on our website for public access. All the dollar amounts that I'll be providing are biennial, so they'll be the combined totals for fiscal year 26 and 27. One of the agency's top priorities has been the employee recruitment and retention. The first four exceptional items address this focus as it relates to employee salaries and retention initiatives. The first exceptional item is to provide a 15% pay raise for parole officers and totals $28 million. Parole officers provide public safety through the supervision of inmates upon release and are experiencing a 33% turnover rate and have a 21% vacancy rate. The second item is a 10% pay raise for correctional staff and totals $330.6 million. While we have made improvements in the filling of our correctional officer positions, we remain at over 5,600 vacancies and a turnover rate of over 30%. The third item is $73.4 million for targeted salary adjustments. This item would exclude parole officers and correctional officers and focuses on other agencies' positions that perform critical support functions, maintaining the agency's essential operations. A salary comparison shows that on average, the agency is 18% below the statewide median salary for similar positions with other state agencies. This funding would provide the flexibility to target salary adjustments for positions that are hard to fill or have high turnover rates. The fourth item is staff retention initiatives. This would provide funding for a learning management system, a wellness application, and additional employee support services to provide mental health and wellness support for our employees. It also provides for training program enhancements, as you heard about, new uniforms for correctional staff. Taken together, these items total $37.5 million and are aimed at supporting agency employees and reducing turnover. Item number 5 is $117.6 million to address the pressing needs of community supervision and corrections departments. And while not state employees, this funding would provide for a 10% salary increase for those local probation staff. This amount would also extend funding for misdemeanors from 6 months to 12 months, and it would maintain the residential and non-residential treatment services being provided in the community, and it would also fund pretrial supervision. Item 6 is for Texas Correctional Office on offenders with medical or mental impairments contracts with local mental health authorities. It would provide $12 million in funding to meet the existing service delivery needs and add an additional 180 dual diagnosis residential facility beds with post-release community-based services. Item 7 relates to several long-term contracts with private vendors for treatment services and the operations of secure facilities. The $65.8 million is required to continue the services at the increased per diem rates provided through these contracts. Item 8 is $39.1 million to address the day-to-day preventative and corrective maintenance needs of the facilities. The agency continues to experience increasing cost and additional maintenance requirements. Item 9 is funding for major repairs and restoration of facilities. This amount of $214.8 million represents only a portion of the major projects that have been identified in the agency's capital expenditure plan. Projects include roofing, security fencing, wastewater projects, and the installation of additional air conditioning, among many other major infrastructure projects. Item 10 is $54.4 million for the capital equipment needs of the agency. This item would replace aging and obsolete agricultural, laundry, food service, security, warehousing, and industry equipment. Item 11 is $43.2 million to replace the agency's fleet vehicles that have exceeded the state's replacement criteria, primarily for inmate transportation, freight transportation, agricultural operations, and facility maintenance activities. Item 12, it would provide additional information technology staff to support the continued implementation of modern technology solutions within the correctional facilities statewide. This $14 million would provide the field support needed for these technology advancements. Item 13 is related to the agency's implementation of the Centralized Accounting, Payroll, and Personnel System, or CAPS. This $19.5 million would provide funding for software solutions that will integrate with CAPS and maintain the necessary functionality of current business processes. It also includes providing community workstations within the correctional facilities to provide computer access for correctional officers. Item 14 is $1 million to provide the Office of Inspector General with a new crime management system that would enhance their investigative capabilities and facilitate the sharing of information with the Special Prosecution Unit and fusion centers. Item 15 is video surveillance equipment replacement. While maximum security facilities have a comprehensive video surveillance system, the remaining units utilize smaller, outdated camera systems. This $29.1 million would replace these analog cameras and cables with digital video systems. Item 16 is for telephone system upgrades. Most of the telephone systems in the agency are well past end of life and are no longer supported by the vendor. This $22 million would replace half of the 178 legacy telephone systems with current technology. Item 17 would continue the agency's effort to bring broadband connectivity to the correctional facilities. We are finalizing projects that will bring broadband services to the facilities, and this $29.3 million would allow the agency to replace the legacy copper cables with fiber that would bring the high-speed internet access throughout the unit where it is needed. Last session, the legislature provided funding to deploy body cameras for correctional staff at the 23 maximum security facilities. Item 18 would provide $85.4 million to expand the use of body cameras to the rest of the facilities statewide. Electronic control devices, also known as tasers, are intended to de-escalate potentially violent situations. Item 19 would provide $7.8 million to deploy these devices to sergeants on correctional facilities statewide and would be used in conjunction with the body cameras. Item 20 is $6.6 million to construct a bachelor officer quarters at the Clements unit in Amarillo. The dormitory would house 80 employees in a double occupancy suite arrangement. Currently, the Clements unit only has 43% of its correctional officer positions filled, and this item would provide an additional resource to attract and retain staff. Item 21 is $190 million for the reopening of idled units and additional capacity at existing facilities. Consistent with the population projections from the Legislative Budget Board, the inmate population continues to increase. This increase has necessitated the reopening of Garza East, Bartlett, and the Gurney unit during the current biennium. This request would provide the funding to operate these units in the additional capacity in the fiscal year 26-27 biennium. Item 22 is $240 million to construct 12 expansion dorms capable of housing 4,800 inmates. This is also to accommodate the population projections. These dorms would be added to 9 existing facilities where there is a strong labor pool. Item 23 is $404.5 million for the correctional managed health care. Of this amount, $104.7 would maintain current service levels, $9.8 would replace aging capital and pharmacy equipment, $9.7 would create a division for employee retention and workforce development within the University of Texas Medical Branch, $11.3 would provide for a 5% market adjustment for Texas Tech University Health Science Center employees, 9.8 would provide for additional dental, pharmacy, and medical health staff, and $259.2 million would address critical repair and restoration needs at Hospital Galveston. The biennial total of all exceptional items requests is $2,065.5 million and reflects the needs and the priorities of the agency. Thank you for your consideration of this request and your continued support of the agency. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Chairman. First of all, could you just, for our benefit, the benefit of our audience, could you help explain how it is that this exceptional item list is actually lower in dollar amount based on decisions that, or recommendations that have already been made through our budget process?
Yes, sir, thank you. And when we briefed you individually, we did not have the established baseline, so we were making some assumptions, but the 24, 25 levels of expenses were recognized in our baseline, so that did alter some of our exceptional items and bring them down, as the 26, 27 baselines incorporate those higher expenditures for 24, 25.
And what types of expenditures are we talking about that are incorporated in the baseline as opposed to going on the exceptional item list?
Specifically for really day-to-day operations, they include food, fuel, and utilities, as well as correctional managed health care.
Thank you, sir. Second question is, I'm sure it's on everyone's mind. Here we are in the month of August in El Paso. So we've got an item on the exceptional item list, number 9, major repair and restoration of facilities, a total of $214.8 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
So of that $214.8 million, how much of that is associated with adding additional cool beds, air conditioning in our units across the state?
A total of $118 million of that total request is to install the air conditioning, and with the projects identified, it would install right around 11,400 additional air-conditioned beds.
And based on the money that the legislature has already put towards this project of getting our housing areas, more of our housing areas air-conditioned, so when you factor in that money along with the request for additional funding that's put in the exceptional item list, where does that get us in terms, where would that get us in terms of the total percentage of beds across the system that would be cool beds in housing areas?
Yes, sir. And I think this biennium, we're adding right around 14,000 additional beds. Mr. Collier saw his light go on for a total number. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we're going to be around 60 when we get done with the 14,000 beds that we're adding. We're at about 46 right now. We'll be 46 toward the end of this year. With the new beds, the 14,000 will get us up to 60, the 11,000 here. But I was also going to point out the 4,800 dorm beds that we're proposing are also air-conditioned beds. So those would be 4,800 additional air-conditioned beds in addition to what Mr. Steph was talking about.
All right, so to my question, when I asked
That puts you at about 75.
75,000 of a total population.
About 140 of
Okay.
beds.
So with this additional funding request, we are looking at having more than half of our housing beds in housing areas cool beds. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in terms of just a comment, the fact that in y'all's wisdom, you have emphasized in the first 5 items increased support, financial and otherwise, for our hardworking parole officers, our probation officers across the state, and obviously our hardworking correctional officers, is a great credit to the process that we are heading into the legislative session with. So thank you very much for your leadership on that as well.
Mr. Steffa, on exceptional items number 21 and 22 and adding additional beds, they're reopening of some units there. I see the number of 204 full-time employees added there. Is the expense of those employees included in that line? And then in number 22, with the additional expansion dorms and the additional beds, there's going to be some need for additional staffing there as well. Is that included in subsequent years' budgets?
Correct. So the unit reopenings for the increased population, when we're having to actually, when one of our exceptional items includes additional positions, one of the items is to list that in our LAR, so that would be additional staff to operate those units. The item 22 for the expansion dorms, the construction time frame for that is roughly 27 months. And so we would anticipate then the additional funding to operate that going into the 28-29 biennium when those beds become available.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stepper. Appreciate it. I think that's concludes your
Yes,
comments.
sir.
Good.
Thank you.
Next thing on the agenda is a report from the Facilities Division Director, Ron Hudson, on the status of board-approved projects. Mr. Hudson, please join us at the podium. We already are. Thank you. And please begin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Welch, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board. I would like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Michael Unit Roofing Project. This project is 50%. Contractor is completing 3 building. Minor detail work remains on 11 building. They're in the process of moving to 10 building, which is our infirmary next. Item number 2 is the Mumford Unit Roofing Project. This project is 99% complete. Final inspection is complete. Closeout documents are all that remains. We weren't far enough in our closing documents to say it was 100% complete, but we're right there. Item number 3 is the Jester 3 Unit Roofing Project. This project is 68%. Contractor is roofing the restrictive housing area of H building. Next area to roof will be the C building, which is the education area on the Jester 3 unit. Item number 4 is the Stringfellow replace roofs in multiple locations. The notice to proceed is issued. Pre-construction meeting is pending. Item number 5 is the Holiday Unit Design Only Project to construct new training facility. This design only project is 45%. Second technical review has been submitted to Facilities Division Engineering Department. Item number 6 is the Holiday Unit to construct new training facility. The notice to proceed is issued. Pre-construction meeting is pending. We are still planning on breaking ground on this project by the end of the year. Item number 7 is the Lionel Unit Design Only Project to make structural repairs to inmate housings J1 through J4 dorms. This design-only project is 40%. Second technical review has been submitted to the Facilities Division. Item number 8 is the Ferguson Unit Project to construct water treatment plant. This project is 4%. Excavation is ongoing, but adverse weather has impacted progress. Item number 9 is the Terrell Project to refurbish water tower treatment plant. This project is 2%. Submittals have been received, and we are continuing to work on a contingency plan. Item number 10 is the Chasefield Project to repair fire alarm systems and install fire suppression systems in Building 2040. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost of this project is $1,765,800, and the estimated closeout cost is $1,444,873, which is 19% under program cost. Item number 11 is the Ellis Unit Install Fire Alarm Project. The notice to proceed has been issued. Item number 12 is the Ferguson Install Fire Alarm System Project. Again, the notice of award has been issued. Item number 13 is the Johnston Unit Project to install emergency power in multiple locations. This project is 45%. Contractor has poured 2 of the 4 pads, and they have set the generators. As of this week, they have set 2 of the 4 generators. Item number 14 is the Beto Unit Project to install HVAC, A, B, C, and D housing. This design-only project is 40%. Second technical review has been submitted to the Facilities Division. Item number 15 is the Michael Unit Project to install HVAC efficiency upgrades to 12 building inmate housing. This project is 10%. Contractor has ordered the equipment and working on submittals. Item number 16 is the GIST Unit Project to install air conditioning systems in Building A. This project is 98%. Pre-final inspection is complete and preparing closeout costs, and those air conditions are working. And again, this will add 464 beds to our number once we complete that project. Item number 17 is the Clements Unit Project to replace chiller systems 1, 2 and 3 in multiple locations. This project is 12%. The chiller system components, the cooling tower, pumps, piping, and variable frequency drives are on site, and the removal of the existing equipment is ongoing. Item number 18 is the Michael Replace Clarifier Wastewater Treatment Plant. This project is 10%. Submittals have been approved. Materials and equipment have been ordered and being manufactured. Item number 19 is the Ramsey Unit Replace Region 3 Training Building. This project is 73%. All doors and windows have been installed. HVAC and generators have been installed and operational. Finalizing sheetrock and electrical work. Completion of the training academy is still on target to be completed by the end of the year. Item number 20 is the Hughes Unit project to install monitored pulse fence detection system perimeter. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost of this project was $5,463,700, and the estimated closeout cost is $4,089,952, which was 26% under program cost. Item number 21 is the Stiles Unit project to install monitored pulse fence detection systems at the Stiles Unit. This project is 60%. All fiber optic lines and controllers have been installed. Cabinet and monitors have been installed in central control picket. Tight wire section installation work is all that remains. The next two projects is 22 and 23, the Wainwright project to replace agricultural buildings. This project is contract award pending. This concludes my project status update. I will stand by for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Nope.
Can I ask
yeah.
on this pulse fence, why would it be so far under budget?
One thing we do is when we bring projects to the board, which you'll hear me talk about in a minute on my 5 projects I'll bring in a minute, what we do is we have a construction bid amount, which is one cost, and then on top of that, you'll have a program cost. So if some things come up within that construction period, which may take a change order or some overruns on material or whatever, then we have the ability to do those change orders within that contract. So that's why I'm reporting now, whenever we get done with projects, I'm telling you how much I brought to the board and how much we actually completed that far.
Excellent,
So
thank
yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes.
And it's a very good question you just asked, and it's something that we as a board can consider, whether we want to continue that process of basically having larger figures than what we certainly would anticipate would be the final project completion cost versus going to a system where we're approving what we believe the bid amount will be without regard to what change orders might be happening down in the future. It's something we could certainly talk about. So, good question.
You might explain the process you go through for bidding just real quickly, because I think it will help. You've changed your bidding process as well, right?
We did change our bidding process. So some of the updates that you're hearing today on these projects is we go through a design phase. And once it's designed, then we put it out for bid. And then it would go to a low bidder. Whoever the low bidder is at that point, it would be awarded to that bidder. However, we've changed that process. We're now going through a process called the RFP process, request for proposal. Meaning now, when we bid that out, it's on the request for proposal now, and now we go on best value, whatever cost, best value of whatever that project could be, and it's a weighted average, so now we're on best value, not low bid anymore. So what that does is it doesn't allow, it still allows the contractor to still go through the change order process. However, we don't have people saying, I'm gonna be the low bidder, now I'm gonna do all these change orders to get more money out of this project. So yes.
Yeah, and so, yeah,
Very good
that's a change
change.
that we implemented as a way to kind of alleviate some of this discrepancy that you see from past contracts.
Yes.
And also to make sure that we're actually getting the very, very best price possible for the project that's being done. There are some that have come up in the past. I know Nate has brought them up that we were unhappy with the numbers, and Mr. Hudson and his team have worked real hard to try to get us a better deal here, so.
You know, the first, I guess, project we used the RFP process on was the building of the training facility in Huntsville. That was the first one we actually used on that process. And by us going to that RFP process, we were able to get some construction contractors on board with that, because knowing that it would be best value and not low bid, we was able to actually go out and get some really well-known construction companies to come to the table and bid on that project.
Right. And I would assume that lowest bidder doesn't always mean best product,
It
which
does
is
not.
what we're seeing.
And we're very excited of that as we move into our AC projects. What that's gonna do is that's gonna bring more of these mechanical vendors, these HVAC vendors. It's gonna bring more of those to the table, willing to do work with us, knowing that they might not be the low bidder. However, they got a great reputation and a really good value of their product and their services.
And just talk to us a little bit on the same subject about how we're getting the word out to the contracting community across the state of Texas about the opportunities that are available, make sure we're getting the best and the brightest, the best value for the taxpayers' money.
You know, one of the things that we did with our fire alarm projects, we did a fire alarm vendor show. You know, that brought to us, you know, before that we were down to probably 4 or 5 vendors we were using on a lot of our fire alarm repairs. After we did that vendor show, that number is now up in the 20s now. We did the same thing on our HVAC. We partnered with our contracts and procurement division. We had a hub show in Huntsville in May. We piggybacked off of that, and we had an HVAC also, an open house, you know, presenting all of our future HVAC projects that we're going to have. We were able to bring in somewhere close to 20 new vendors that want to actually come in when we start putting these projects out on the street, with new vendors coming to the table now that actually want to do business with us now because of the RFP process, not the low bid process. So great question.
And have we also tried to make it a little more transparent, more accessible through our website? In other words, are there places on our website where vendors can go and get linked up to the appropriate places to see where those jobs are posted, where those potential RFPs are posted?
Yes, one of the things we talked about with those vendors that day that they come, they can get on what we call our CMBL list through our contracts and procurement division. That way, once they get on that list, if we have an air conditioning project or a wastewater project, whatever project that is, if they're a vendor that's signed up, then they'll automatically get a notice that that's on the street.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hudson, you have some more items for us, and
Yes,
these
sir.
are new things, I think.
All right. All right, today or this afternoon, I have 5 projects I will be presenting to the board. The first 2 projects I have on here are for the Connolly unit, replace plumbing and controls. And before I get into this, I'm going to explain a little bit why these were brought as 2 projects today. Is we have partnered with what they call SECO, which is the State Energy Conservation Office, which is part of the Lone Star program through the Comptroller's Office. What they do is they allow us to loan up to $8 million at a time. Because of the size of the project that we got going on at the Connolly unit, we had to break that into 2 different projects. So because not only are we going to install the Icon project on this, we also are going to replace all the plumbing, which includes all the sewer lines and all the water lines on this project. So, you know, what I brought to the board a few months ago on the Robertson unit project, that was just to install a Icon project. What I'm bringing to you today is we're going to not only install the Icon project, but we're also going to replace all the sewer lines and also all the water lines within our buildings there at the Connolly unit in Kennedy, Texas, because they're at a 30-year mark. The water there in that section of the state has been very hard on the systems, which is our plumbing systems within that unit. And we're going to take the opportunity to go ahead and change those systems out. So I just want to explain a little bit up front before I present these projects why there's 2 and not 1. So, okay. So the first project for consideration is to replace plumbing and controls, 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 buildings, inmate housing at the Connolly unit. The work will consist of installing 145 shower valves, 750 lavatory valves, approximately 22,000 linear feet or 4 miles of sanitary sewer pipe, 17,000 linear feet or 3 miles of domestic water pipe will be replaced. Programmable water control valves will increase efficiency by controlling water consumption. The new system is projected to save up to 35% of water consumption, therefore facilitating utility cost reduction, and will comply with current State Energy Conservation Office standards. 2 bids were received for this project in May of 2024. If approved, the work will be performed by Intelligent Conservation Systems, Inc. out of Oviedo, Florida. The actual bid for this project was $9,110,321. The estimated program cost for this section of the work will be $12,142,700. Now know that just this section of the work, when I talk about 35%, when you talk about this section, What that's going to equivalent to is about 15% of that 35. The cost savings of that is around $800,000 a year, or about 38 million gallons of water will be saved just on these housing locations. Again, this is the second project for intelligent conservation systems that also did the Robertson unit ICON system. And I'll talk a little bit about that. In October of 2023, the Robertson ICON came online with savings so far of 121 million gallons of water, or a reduction of 57% of water consumption, and a 47% cost reduction in just utility billings. So since we have brought that on, we have saved over $1 million already on just utility billings for the Robertson unit, or 57% just in water, 121 million gallons of water. Also, we've also installed those same systems at the Ellis and Estelle in 2021. And to date, at just those two units, 892 million gallons of water we've saved at those two units, or $6.4 million in utility billings just at those two units since 2021. So this is just a great opportunity to us to partner with SECO on these loans and use that to get these systems in our units, and then also utilize that money when we have to replace those sewer lines and those water lines on our units. So I'll pause for any questions on the first one.
Question to you before about these water conservation systems. What have I asked you repeatedly?
To keep you updated.
And how soon can we get these
And how
rolled
soon
out
can we get more? Yes, sir.
to other units?
Yes, sir. And one thing that we're doing is, y'all heard us opening up the Bartlett unit. The Bartlett unit will be installed with an ICON system, and we're going to be installing that ourselves before we open that unit up. So,
Thank you, sir.
yes, sir. All right. The next project I have for consideration is the second part of this, is to replace plumbing and controls 8, 12, 18, and 19 buildings, inmate housing at the Connolly unit. The work will consist of installing 44 toilet valves, 44 urinal valves, 95 shower valves, 112 sink valves, 767 lavatory valves, approximately 7,400 linear feet or 1.5 miles of sanitary sewer pipe, 5,700 linear feet or a little bit over a mile of domestic water pipe will be replaced. Programmable water control valves will increase efficiency by controlling water consumption. The new system is projected to save up to 35% of water consumption, therefore facilitating utility cost reduction, and will comply with current SECO standards. 2 bids were received for this project in May of 2024. If approved, the work will be performed by Intelligent Conservation Systems, Inc. out of Oviedo, Florida. The actual bid on this part of the work is $9,562,123. The total estimated program cost is $12,743,600. Again, this will be the third project for Intelligent Conservation Systems. This part of the system will actually have a 20% savings of the 35, and will be right at $1 million savings on these buildings here that will make up the 35%, or the $90 million or the 90 million gallons of water over a year that we'll save by doing this project, a little over 90 million. However, that's just a projection, which you already see what we're doing at the Robertson unit, which those projections are probably going to be more than 35%. But based on the loan, that's the amount that we use. So I'll pause for any questions on this one.
You might explain how you're going to do that. You're replacing all the plumbing in an entire facility.
Yes, sir. All the sewer lines and all the water lines will be replaced, which will be just a little over about 5.5 miles of sewer line, and just a little over 5 miles of water line will be replaced in all the inmate housing.
And I'm thinking of the management of the inmate population while that happens. How do you do that?
We have one building that's vacant now, which is, I believe, is 3 or 4 building there on the unit is vacant. So what we're going to do is we're going to tackle that building first. And then as we get that one completed, then we'll move the inmates to another building, and we'll just rotate around while we do that. So while we have one building that's vacant, that will work perfectly. And these will work in simultaneously on both of these projects.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none.
All right, number 3, the next project for consideration is to install monitored pulse width detection systems perimeter at the Allred unit. The work will consist of installing 6,200 linear feet of a monitored pulse fence to include wires, controllers, and associated power required to operate the system, to include backup generator power. One bid was received for this project in July of 2024. If approved, the work will be performed by Sigma Surveillance, Inc. out of Dallas, Texas. The actual bid for this project was $4,705,505. Total estimated program cost is $6,272,700. This is the 10th project for Sigma Surveillance. This comes with a 2-year warranty on all hardware, on-site repairs, and preventative maintenance with a 4-hour response time. Again, other states that have used this same system besides ourselves are Ohio, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Wyoming, Michigan, and Illinois. Since we have started these monitored pulse fences this year, we've actually done 7 of these already, along with our microwave fence initiative also. So far to date, we have collapsed right at 124 positions already so far with this initiative. When you put that into account of a little over $50,000 for each one of those positions we collapsed, that's somewhere between $6 and $7 million already of cost avoidance already of paying back on this project. And every month we're collapsing more and more of these positions. Again, it adds an extra layer of protection for our units. However, it does allow us on those facilities to put those picket officers in the building to help with those jobs that's going on inside the unit. So, again, I'll pause for any questions on this one. All right, the next project for consideration is to install monitored pulse fence detection systems perimeter at the McConnell unit. The work will consist of installing 5,800 linear feet of a monitored pulse fence to include wires, controllers, and the associated power required to operate the system to include backup generator power. One bid was received for this project in June 2024. If approved, the work will be performed by Sigma Surveillance, Inc. out of Dallas, Texas. The actual bid for this project was $4,294,563. The total estimated program cost is $5,727,400. This will be the 11th project for Sigma Surveillance. Again, 2-year warranty, all hardware, on-site repairs, preventative maintenance, and a 4-hour response time. And I talked about the other states that already use this and the amount of positions we've already collapsed already. I'll pause for any questions.
We've had good experience with this vendor thus far at other units?
Yes, sir. We've had great experience, and where we've had an issue at, they are very responsive and are there within just a few hours of getting that system repaired.
Thank you.
And they're very good about training our staff that if something that our staff can do to minimize them having to come to those units, our staff have also been trained on how to do minor things.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, you said 2-year warranty on this? What was the warranty on
2-year warranty. All right, the final project for consideration is to install monitored pulse fence detection systems perimeter at the Robertson unit. The work will consist of installing 5,800 linear feet of a monitored pulse fence to include wires, controllers, and the associated power required to operate the system. One bid was received for this project in May of 2024. If approved, the work will be performed by Sigma Surveillance, Inc. out of Dallas, Texas. Actual bid for this was $4,306,793. Total estimated program cost is $5,743,400. This will be this 12th project for Sigma Surveillance, Inc. with TDCJ. Again, there is a 2-year warranty on all hardware, on-site repairs, and preventative maintenance with a 4-hour required response time. I'll pause for any questions.
I guess that's it. No questions. I think you're complete then. Is
All
that
right.
correct?
I
Thank you,
appreciate
Ms.
it. Thank y'all.
Woodson.
Oh,
Yep.
hang on a minute, one quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Almost escaped.
All right.
Your microphone.
Tell us, give
Microphone.
us an idea of what's going on at the Plain State Jail
At the Plain State Jail.
with the water? It reminded me of that, the valve issues and sewer system and changing all the,
Okay, at the kitchen at the Plain State Jail, it was reported back in May that there was some items there that weren't working. Many of those items are on the replacement list now, and some of those items have already come in, the ovens, some tilt skillets, and some other things. There's an ice machine that's slated to come in fairly quickly. So a lot of the equipment that was on the shutdown report, or that was reported that was down, is being repaired. Some of it's already came in, and all of that equipment, not all, but the majority of that equipment has been repaired.
Okay, including the problems with the water leaks and
Yes.
nasty water all over the place?
Yes.
That's been repaired?
Yes, that's been repaired.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am. Thank you.
Hudson.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Okay, lastly, the next two agenda items are the Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics, MAL, Division Report, which will be presented by the MAL Division Director, Mr. Bill Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you're at the podium. Please begin if you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, Mr. Welch. Today we have two items on the agenda. During the regular session of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, we'll be recommending the board approve these items. The first easement is from Lindy Incorporated. It's requesting a new pipeline easement at the GIS unit in Jefferson County, Beaumont, Texas. It includes an area of approximately 3.37 acres of land, or 4,888.69 feet long, by 30 feet wide, to transport hydrogen gas. The easement request also includes 10.80 acres of additional temporary workspace. If you would, please direct your attention to the screen. As noted by the red marker on the map, you'll see the acreage is located in the northeastern portion of the property. Lindy Incorporated has agreed to pay $746,100 in compensation for the new pipeline easement and the temporary workspace for a term of 10 years. This easement has been negotiated at $2,500 a rod, which is appropriate for current geographical appraisal values. I would also like to point out that this easement includes language requiring indemnification as a grantor's responsibility and the most favored nations clause for the agency. I am available for questions.
Please proceed.
Okay. Our second easement proposal is from Energy Transfer Pipelines, LP. They're requesting a new pipeline easement at the Stiles Unit, Jefferson County, Beaumont, Texas. The easement request includes an area of approximately 94.185 square feet, or 188.37 feet, long by 6 inches wide, to transport natural gas liquids. It also includes 3.283 acres of temporary workspace. Again, if you'll direct your attention to the screen, as noted by the red marker, the requested acres located will be in the southwestern part of the property. Energy Transfer Pipelines, LP, has agreed to pay $30,191.50 for a term of 10 years. This easement has been negotiated again at $2,500 a rod, which is appropriate for current geographical appraisal values. This service is their initial request. I would also like to point out that this easement also includes language requiring indemnification as a grantor's responsibility and the most favored nation clause. I again am available for questions.
I've got a question for you, Bill. If we looked at an escalation clause, and that's 10 years, that $2,500, right?
Yes, sir.
So the property value is going to continue to go up over the next 10 years in that area. So we looked at maybe doing an escalation clause in our future. I know we can't on this one. But
Yes, sir. Me and Mr. Welch had talked about that on the inflation schedule, actually, on those 10-year terms, to see what that would look like, again, through those appraisal values. And probably we'll coordinate that with the Railroad Commission to see how we keep those values commensurate with today's terms. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. There being no further, thank you very much, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there being no further further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Financial Operations Committee is now adjourned, and the time is 2:44. Thank you.
the header sub 5, or Roman 5, adjourn, where it says that Chairman Nichols expressed the board's appreciation to the internal audits, reporting, and cooperation. The word cooperation should be substituted with professionalism in those minutes. But with that minor correction, are there any additional amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda with the one minor correction that was made will stand approved. Next, Internal Audit Director, Mr. Chris Cerrito, will be providing a review of the proposed fiscal year 2025 annual audit plan. I do not see Mr. Cerrito. I think that was it. So we are very pleased to have a presentation on our proposed fiscal year 2025 annual audit plan. And if you are ready, please begin. Thank you.
Don't worry, you will still get to hear from Chris. You're all very familiar with the critical work that internal audit does within the agency. But today I have the pleasure of introducing you to the audit team who carries out that critical work. You'll meet the talented and dedicated members of that team. Each person will introduce themselves and share something personal or a fun fact about themselves, giving you a glimpse into who they are outside of the office.
And Ms. Russell, before you get too far, can you just introduce yourself to make
Yes.
sure that we all, yes.
I am Renee Russell, and I am the Deputy Chief Audit Executive.
Thank you.
So it's a great way to foster connections and highlight the diverse and unique personalities that make our division whole. We worked with media services to create a video that will do this in a way that will hopefully not make you feel like you're speed dating the internal audit division. As for me, I like long walks on the beach, classic rock, and I'm a dog person. No, just kidding. When the team realized I was not recording an intro with them, I promised them I would also participate, but I'd do so live and in person. And don't worry, we're going to make Chris do it too. So a little bit about me. I grew up on the north side of Houston, and I'm a first-generation high school and college graduate. One different decision or very easy wrong turn, and my interaction with this agency might have looked incredibly different. Instead, I am closing out my second decade working with this agency. In my spare time, I am raising two strong, independent teenage girls. If y'all see any gray hairs, you know why. I also stood in as a mom for my 29-year-old niece, who has a master's degree and is a licensed professional counselor who provides services to probationers and parolees. And I helped raise my 23-year-old godson, who is serving our country as a sergeant in the United States Army. So without further ado, we're gonna play the video and let you meet our audit team. Thank you.
Services, and I have 20 years of auditing experience. I have a Bachelor of Business Administration and Accounting. I'm also a certified internal auditor as well as a certified government auditing professional. I've been with the agency for 20 years. All of that time has been within the internal audit division. Currently, I'm responsible for updating our ongoing risk assessment, which helps us determine what audits will be included on our annual audit plan. I'm also over the Quality Assurance and Improvement Program, which ensures we comply with the auditing standards as well as continually improve our audit processes. When I'm not working, I try to spend as much time as possible outdoors, camping, fishing, especially hiking. Some of my coworkers say my vacations sound more like boot camp, but I find a 4 to 5 mile hike on challenging terrain very relaxing.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Foreman, and I'm an audit manager for Audit Services. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a Juris Doctor. I'm also a member of the State Bar of Texas. I'm a certified internal auditor, and I have a certification in risk management assurance. I'm also currently working towards my black belt certification in Lean Six Sigma. I've been with internal audit in the agency for almost 12 years. When I'm not auditing, I love to travel. My favorite place to travel to is Scotland, and I've actually been 7 times in the last 15 years.
My name is Christy Bailey. I'm the Director of Support Services. I have 23 years of service with the state. 20 of those are with the Internal Audit Division. I'm a certified internal auditor, certified government auditing professional, and I have a degree in journalism and advertising. My primary responsibilities for the division include management of the electronic auditing software, implementation tracking of audit recommendations, management of the division's training needs and certifications, and budget management and oversight. I enjoy problem solving, puzzles, and mysteries, and in both my professional and personal life strive to help others achieve their goals by giving them the tools that they need.
Hello, my name is Lourdes Ariza, and I serve as the Staff Service Officer for the Internal Audit Division. I earned my Bachelor's degree of Science from Sam Houston State University. I possess over 5 years of experience with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, including 4 within the Internal Audit Division. A fun fact about me is I enjoy DIY projects, which has considered me to launch my own event planning business with my sister.
Hi, my name is Tyler Cook. I'm an audit manager with the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Internal Audit Division. I hold a bachelor's degree in accounting from Sam Houston State University. I've been with the agency for 13 years now and with internal audit for almost 10. I'm a certified internal auditor and I have a certification in risk management assurance. In addition to my years working for TDCJ, for the past 12 years I have been a volunteer with TDCJ. Getting to know the inmates, getting to interact with them, minister to them has been such an honor for me. I have gotten to know so many great and amazing individuals inside prison, and I hope to continue to volunteer for many years to come.
Hi, my name is Stacy Anderson. I'm the Executive Assistant to the Internal Audit Division Director, Chris Cerrito. I have 35 years of service with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and have been with the Internal Audit Division for 9 months. As an 8-year cancer survivor, it is my passion to share my own cancer journey with others currently fighting the battle as a way to offer strength, encouragement, and to let them know they are not alone.
Hi, I'm Adrienne Bailey. I have a master's degree in criminal justice leadership and management from Sam Houston State University, and I'm currently working on my certified internal auditor certification. I've been with the agency for 13 and a half years, working with Correctional Institutions Division as an administrative assistant in inmate time management, State Counsel for Offenders as a legal assistant supervisor, and Information Technology Division as a business analyst. I've been with Internal Audit Division for almost 3 years as a management analyst. I enjoy working on DIY projects around my home.
My name is Jobo Mishakin. I'm a lead audit professional with the Internal Audit Division. I'm a certified fraud examiner. I'm also Security Plus certified. I graduated from Sam Houston State University with my master's in communication studies. I've been with the agency a total of 10 years. Before joining the Internal Audit Division in December 2021, I started as a correctional officer at the Bird Unit, holding other positions such as field training officer before promoting to sergeant correctional training instructor at the Region 1 Training Academy. Fun fact, I like to think of myself as a fitness enthusiast, holding personal lifting records of 505 pounds deadlift and 465 pounds squat. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melisha McKenzie. I received a Bachelor's of Science from Sam Houston State University in 2018. I have been with the agency about 3 years, and 2 of those years being with the Internal Audit Division. And a fun fact about me is I'm an internal auditor by day and a hairstylist by night.
Hi, my name is Stacy Gay, and I'm a project manager. I have a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from Sam Houston State, and I'm a certified government auditing professional. I have just over 27 years of state service, and almost 20 of those have been right here with TDCJ. The Internal Audit Division has been my home for 14 years, but I also have experience in human resources, and I was an auditor for the MD Anderson Cancer Center. In my free time, I volunteer to judge regional and state level competitions for the Texas Future Career and Community Leaders of America with my best friend from college. I find the students' commitment admirable, and I love being just a small part of their educational journey. And truth be told, I learn a little something from them every year.
Hello, my name is Amy Hurst, and I am a staff auditor for the Internal Audit Division. I began my career in 2017 at the Gore Unit as a count room clerk, before starting a career as a correctional officer and then a program specialist ACA coordinator. I then briefly worked at the Estelle Unit as a human services specialist in reentry. I hold a bachelor's degree in human development and family studies, and I'm beginning a master's program for public administration with a concentration in organizational management. My dream job is to become a professional sports mascot like Orbit from the Houston Astros. I am amazed by the energy and enthusiasm that a sports mascot brings to the game, and I believe embodying the spirit of a team would be an amazing experience.
Hello, my name is Brittany Reisner. I'm a staff auditor with the Internal Audit Division. I have 3 years of agency experience, 2 of which have been with Internal Audit. Prior to joining Internal Audit, I held an administrative position in the Business and Finance Division. I obtained my Bachelor of Science in Accounting and Business from Centenary College of Louisiana, and I am currently working towards becoming a certified internal auditor. A fun fact about me is I played Division III volleyball at Centenary, and during that time, I had the opportunity to play volleyball with and learn from 5-time Olympic volleyball player Danielle Scott.
Hi, my name is Andrew Kruger. I'm an Auditor 5 with the Internal Audit Division. I've been with the division 6 years, and I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Texas at San Antonio. I'm also a certified fraud examiner. I started with TDCJ in 2007, and I've held positions as an institutional parole officer, correctional officer, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and major on units in regions 3 and 4, as well as correctional training. I'm also the proud father of 2 girls. I'm a girl dad, and I love spending time with my kids and my wife. That's truly one of my greatest joys.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Kirsch, Auditor 5. I hold a Bachelor's of Science in Psychology from Sam Houston State University, and I'm a certified internal auditor. I started my career in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Business and Finance Division in 2016. I joined Internal Audit in 2019, and I'm looking forward to furthering my career and growing as a senior auditor. Outside of my career in raising 3 amazing children, I enjoy giving back to the community by coaching youth cheerleading. This year we have 47 girls between the ages of 4 and 12, and we're working hard to continue our championship. Wish us luck.
Hi, my name is Carlos Davila. I'm a graduate of Sam Houston State University. I graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and a Master of Science in Criminal Justice Leadership and Management, and I'm a certified fraud examiner. I started my career with the agency in 2007 as a correctional officer with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and I eventually became an institutional parole officer with the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, and I've currently been with the Internal Audit Division for just over 5 years. A fun fact about myself is that I've been training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu since 2012. I earned a purple belt in 2018, and although life circumstances have kept me off the mats for some time, I'm considering it a marathon and not a sprint, and I hope to continue my training journey for as long as my body allows me to.
Hello, my name is Robert Harrelson. I'm a lead audit professional and certified fraud examiner. I have 5+ years experience in auditing with 4 years at internal audit. Overall, I have 26 years of experience with TDCJ to include stints at the Rehabilitation Programs Division, Business and Finance Division, and Information Technology Division. I obtained a Bachelor's of Business Administration and Finance from Sam Houston State University. A fun fact about myself is that I have a collection of over 3,000 comic books and 6,000 baseball cards.
Hello, my name is David Harden. I'm one of the staff auditors for the Internal Audit Division. I've been with the IA for going on 2 years now, and prior to that, I spent a year in corrections at the Ellis Unit. Personal fact about myself is that I spent 7 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman, and in the near future, I plan to pursue becoming a commissioned officer in the Army National Guard.
Hello, my name is Annabelle Rodriguez, and I am a lead audit professional. I have a little over 9 years experience with the agency, 4 of which have been here with the Internal Audit Division. Prior to joining Internal Audit, I held administrative positions within the Rehabilitation Programs Division, Administrative Review and Risk Management Division, and the Business and Finance Division. I currently hold 2 Bachelor of Arts, 1 in Spanish and 1 in Criminal Justice. Both were awarded with honors from the Elliott T. Bowers Honors College at Sam Houston State University. I also hold a Master of Arts in Communication Studies from Sam Houston State University. In addition to being a certified Spanish interpreter for the agency, I am in the process of becoming a certified internal auditor. A fun fact about me is I was in St. Peter's Square inside of the Vatican City when Pope Francis was elected by the conclave in March of 2013.
Hello, my name is Aaron Dean, Internal Auditor for the Texas Board of Criminal Justice.
I'm a 2011 graduate from Sam Houston State University. Prior to joining internal audit in June of 2022, I worked for almost 10 years for the TDCJ Business and Finance Division. I've recently passed my first part of my CIA certification and will soon be taking the second and third parts. Outside of work, my hobbies include grilling, yard work, and wearing my Hawaiian shirts year-round.
Well, before you get up, I wanted to say thank you, Ms. Russell, for introducing that team. It's always a great pleasure to see the faces and hear the backgrounds and see the spirit with which your team is working. So thank you very much for that introduction.
Absolutely. If you watch me, I grin at the screen like a goofy person because they are the best of us, and we're very proud of the team that we've cultivated.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we hear from Mr. Cerrito.
Yeah, bubble baths and scented candles. So, those are the people that make us look good. We also did this as an exercise to prove that I'm not creating an army of audit robots that you know of. I still may be doing that. The thing that struck me as I was sitting here and I realized this is probably half the people I've been auditing longer than they've been alive. That really struck me as I was sitting there. And we've got some young staff, we've got some experienced staff, we have a very, very good mix. Kind of the fun thing about me, I wouldn't even call it fun, but we take wellness very seriously in our office. The agency's wellness initiatives, you can see, what Joba say, 550-pound squat. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Or not a squat. Yeah, I think it was a squat. But no, I'm not doing that. But one of the things we often talk about is mental health and normalizing conversations about mental health and mental well-being. And I take every opportunity I can, every group that I speak to talk about and tell people, I take care of my mental health as well. I have a therapist that I've talked to for years and years and years. And sometimes I talk about bad things that happened 30, 40, 50 years ago. Other times he explains to me how dumb the thing is that I said to my wife that morning. And, so it works out really well. But recently, and everybody in the room will appreciate this, he disclosed to me that he has analytics. We do televisits. He's got an analytics package. And one of the things that analytics package does is it tracks the amount of time I talk and the amount of time he talks. And would anybody in this room be surprised that I talk 80% of the time? So any given conversation, I talk 80% of the time. That's a fact I didn't even know, but I didn't challenge the man. So with this, thank you for indulging us and in introducing our staff. They are the most important asset that we have. Now I will take you into the proposed fiscal year 25 annual audit plan, and then tomorrow during the general session, ask that you approve that as our scope of work for next year.
Please proceed.
Project number 2501, Correctional Institutions Division, Security Staff Deployment. The objective of this audit is to evaluate whether available correctional staff are deployed in a manner that optimizes efficiency while ensuring institutional safety and security. Project 2502, Correctional Institutions Division, Inmate Custody. The objective of this audit is to determine whether inmate custody levels are appropriately assigned. Project 2503, Human Resources Division, Employment-Related Complaints. The objective of this project is to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to receive, screen, and appropriately assign employee complaints related to employment. Project 2504, Information Technology Division, Inmate Communication Contracts. The objective of this project is to evaluate vendor compliance with contracts related to inmate communications. Project 2505, Correctional Institutions Division. Inmate Behavior Management. The objective of this project is to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to manage inmate behavior. Project 2506, Parole Division. Superintensive Supervision Program and Electronic Monitoring Program. The objective of this project is to determine whether the Superintensive Supervision Program ensures compliance with conditions of supervision and to determine the status of implementation of recommendations made in the State Auditor's Office Fiscal Year 2023 audit of the Electronic Monitoring Program. Project 2507, Windham School District. Career and Technical Education Tool Control. The objective of this project is to determine whether Windham School District tools are adequately controlled. Project 2508, Business and Finance Division. Purchasing. The objective of this project is to evaluate the efficiency of procurement processes. Project 2509, Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division. Texas Correctional Industries. The objective of this project is to determine the extent to which Texas Correctional Industries provides participants with marketable job skills while also reducing agency cost by providing products for agency use and outside sales. Project 2510, Reentry and Integration Division. Inmate Identification Documents. The objective of this project is to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to provide inmates with applicable reentry-related documents. Project 2511, Windham School District. Information Systems Security. The objective of this project is to determine compliance with Texas Administrative Code, Section 202. Project 2512, Internal Audit Division, Self-Study. The objective of this project is to assist the peer review team in their planning activities related to evaluating the Internal Audit Division's operations. Project 2513, Various Divisions, Emerging Risks. In an effort to be responsive to ever-changing risk, we have set aside hours to conduct audits of topics within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the Windham School District, and/or the Board of Pardons and Paroles as needed. Project 2514, Internal Audit Division, Walkthroughs. The objective of this project is to assist in the development of future audit plans by increasing our knowledge of unaudited areas of the agency. Project 2515, Internal Audit Division, Action Plan, Follow-up, and Tracking. The objective for this project is to determine the status of implementation for audit recommendations. So that is our proposed work for fiscal year 25. I do have one amendment. Project number 2502, Inmate Custody. Rather than a full scope audit, I'm going to request tomorrow that you approve changing that to a consultation. Mr. Collier and his team are doing some significant work related to the subject, and rather than audit, we're just going to actually serve as an advisor on that project. So I will ask for that amendment tomorrow. Other than that, that concludes our presentation, and thank you again for indulging us on our staff, or not indulging us, but letting us introduce our staff to you. And with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cerrito. You heard, I hope, my correction to the minutes, and because the emphasis in our evaluation of the internal audit group is professionalism. And I think that the comments that you and Ms. Russell have made, as well as the introduction of your staff fits that bill completely. Members of the board understanding, and the committee understanding that we'll have a chance as a full board to review this audit plan and ask additional questions at that time. Are there any questions at this point in time for Mr. Cerrito on the internal audit plan for 2025? If not, there being no further business of the Audit and Review Committee, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Audit and Review Committee is now adjourned. It is 3:10 p.m. After we convene, going into executive session, so we will have a break, but at this point, we will call into session the Windham School District Board of Trustees. Good afternoon to all in attendance in person, as well as to those attending virtually. The 343rd meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, General Bill Welch, Sidney Zeiker, and Mr. Tom Fordyce. A quorum is present, and the 343rd meeting of the Board of Trustees is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person here in El Paso and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 3:12 p.m. The board will now go into recess and will reconvene at 3:45 p.m. We'll go into recess now, and we'll reconvene into executive session at 3:17 p.m. In an executive session which is closed to the public in accordance with the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074. Executive session will be conducted in the Tom Lee Room here in the El Paso Hotel, where we are conducting our meeting. The 343rd meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now in recess. It is 3:12 p.m. Thank you. Session by no later than 3:45. The 343rd meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. It is 3:46 p.m. Before we get started with the main portion of the meeting, I would invite everyone present to stand as you are able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Deputy Executive Director Oscar Mendoza will lead us in the pledges. Mr. Mendoza, if you would, sir.
Yes, sir. Please join us. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
our Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. I would now ask Windham School District Trustee Pastor Nate Sprinkle to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Would you bow and pray with me? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, and we come to you in the name of your Son, Jesus. Just grateful for the many blessings you've given us, and we recall, Father, that your Son, Christ Jesus himself, did say this. He said, go and make disciples. And that word disciples means students and learners. And so as we enter this meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees, we're just grateful for the administrators and the teachers and all those that are a part of this school system that are helping inmates to be learners and students. And Father, so I pray for each one of them. I pray also for the inmates, all of our inmate population across the system. Father, just would ask you to encourage them to take advantage of these great opportunities of education and personal growth that are offered to them through the Windham School District. And through the course of our meeting today, any matters of discussion, we ask that you just give us your wisdom and direction, and we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in this meeting, we ask that you please set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. I would next like to recognize any public officials and or staff representatives with us in person today. I know that we have been on the rounds in El Paso, and we've seen some of the representatives of various legislative offices. Do we have any of those folks here with us today? I know they're going to plan to be here tomorrow. If not, then we very much appreciate the attendance of everyone at the meeting, including any and all public officials or members of the staff attending online today. But we appreciate everyone being here today. Thank you for your attendance. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. Next item on our agenda are recognitions, and we have one very special recognition. Superintendent, our superintendent of the Windham School District, Christina Hartman, will be recognizing Windham's Division Director of Instruction, Mr. John Lilly, on his retirement. Mr. Lilly, would you do us the courtesy of joining us at the podium? And if you are ready, Ms. Hartman, please proceed.
Yes, and this one is a bit bittersweet. John, as you heard, is our Division Director of Instruction, and I would just like you all to know that right before we started here, he came up and gave me a handful of Kleenex, and I'm not sure if they're for me or if they're for you, but we're going to try to make this a happy occasion as well. John has over 20 years of service in the public school setting and over 35 years in education. He joined Windham School District in October of 2009 as a counselor at the Moore campus. He holds multiple degrees, including a Bachelor of Business Administration with a major in Personnel Management, a Master of Science with a major in Secondary and Higher Education and minor in Business Management, a Master of Education in Elementary Education, and numerous lifetime certification, grades 1 through 8 elementary self-contained, grades 1 through 8 elementary English, pre-kindergarten through 12 grade mid-management administration, and pre-kindergarten through 12 counseling. Mr. Lilly's philosophy of education: he strongly believes that all students can learn, that each student must be taught at their instructional level and be taught with joy and excitement in learning, that this just as important as being taught. He also has demonstrated this throughout our time together as he encourages students and encourages staff. Since joining the Windham team, Mr. Lilly has held multiple roles. You've heard about his role as counselor. He's also been a principal, a regional principal, a department director of instruction, and the division director of instruction. And I'm hoping that someday he might come back as a contract motivational interviewing instructor. I just mentioned that to him a few minutes ago, and this is a good time to try to sell that. During his tenure, he's helped countless students achieve educational goals and has guided talented staff with commendable leadership. His passion, experience, knowledge, and dedication have been instrumental in successfully navigating the district through numerous advances and exciting initiatives. These efforts have included ensuring campuses were equipped to continue providing services during the pandemic, as well as resources for supplemental instruction and enrichment to ensure that we were able to combat student learning loss. Additionally, he spearheaded the development and execution of one of my favorite programs, the Student Ambassador Program. This initiative stemmed from employer feedback received at a skills demonstration and career expos, where employers were impressed with the students' skill sets, but noted their lack of confidence in their interactions. And any of you that have visited our classrooms have noticed that our students are able to lead those conversations when telling you all about the things that they're learning. The program allows students to enhance their confidence by greeting visitors in their classrooms and explaining their enrolled courses. Windham's Student Ambassador Program has been showcased at national and international conferences and has been adopted by several organizations and agencies. Furthermore, he's led the coordination of our new Bluebonnet region with our 11 new campuses. He's overseen the implementation and achievement of high standards for high school diploma and equivalency completions by cheering our staff on and setting reasonable and realistic goals. I also wanted to mention that he was instrumental in changing the title of our counselors to student advisors, which is more reflective of services provided to adult learners and developing pathways for individuals to advance to the principalship, helping our recruitment and retention efforts. I could probably talk for another 30 minutes on all of the things that Mr. Lilly has done to contribute to our district's growth and student excellence. And we'd like you to please enjoy this video highlighting some of Mr. Lilly's time with Windham.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Thank you, Mr. Lilly.
Hello, Mr. Lilly. I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am for your leadership and everything that you've done for me personally and for my region and especially for the district. Your high expectations have really made me grow, and I appreciate the care that you give for us meeting the mission. You have made a difference with Windham School District, and I know you will be missed. Good luck on your retirement. Thank you for everything you've done. You have been an inspiration to me and to many people.
John, over the past decade, we've worked for Windham in several capacities. I enjoyed sharing with you as a colleague and a team member. You shared with me your devotion to Windham. It has impacted me and many others. You have been a supportive mentor and provided guidance to me through the years. I value you and wish you the very best in your retirement.
Hey John, it's Mario. Just wanted to say thank you for everything that you've done for the school district. Thank you for the guidance, thank you for your support, and most of all, thank you for your leadership that you provided, not just professional development, but with Windham as well. So again, John, enjoy your success in retirement. Good luck with everything. From professional development, thank you for everything that you've done. Enjoy.
John, thank you for your leadership and mentorship. Enjoy your retirement, it's well deserved.
Mr. Lilly, I just want to thank you for all the time and mentorship that you've given me over the past several years. Windham School District will not be the same without you. I wish you the best and everything that's coming your way.
Hey JL, I just wanted to wish you good luck on your retirement. I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for me. I'm going to miss you deeply.
Hey there, Mr. Lilly. Just want to say congratulations and hope you have an awesome retirement. Thank you for the push. Thank you for the opportunities that you afforded me. Thank you for the forward thinking that has elevated Windham to where we are today. Thank you for your vision when we changed from counselors to student advisors. Everything you've done has been much appreciated. God bless and take care.
Hey John, man, I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss all your great ideas. I'm gonna miss your great leadership. And I'm gonna miss your amazing stories. Enjoy retirement.
Congratulations on reaching this exciting milestone. Enjoy this new chapter of your life, filled with endless possibilities. Happy retirement.
Hi John, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for everything that you've done to make the district better for staff and students. We hope you've enjoyed hearing from some of your colleagues and students in this video, and we have one last special send-off. Congratulations.
Hey y'all, my name is JC Lilly. I'm John's daughter, and I just wanted to quickly get on here and say congratulations, Dad. I'm so proud of you. What an honor and a privilege it has been to learn from you and to be inspired by you daily. For those of you who don't know, I'm a third grade teacher now. I'm going into my second year. And I just want to say thank you, Dad, for answering all of my phone calls, listening to my countless amounts of stories, and just being an inspiration to me daily. I love you. I'm so proud of you, and I'm ready to have my dad back.
Well, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Lilly, congratulations on your retirement and this milestone that you're passing into what many would describe as being your encore years. And on behalf of the board, I can tell you, we all recognize the great strides in both classroom and vocational instruction that Windham has made under your leadership. You have shown exceptional judgment and calm and thoughtful servant leadership in your time at Windham. I know that we are all confident that you are stepping into retirement from a great team, as we just saw from that great video, that you and Superintendent Hartman and other leaders have helped build up that can continue Windham on the path of continuous improvement in providing the academic, life skills, and vocational instruction and training that will allow those students who qualify to leave our institutions with the best chance of success in the free world. So, Mr. Lilly, would you like to share some words with us as you are passing this tremendous milestone?
Chairman, board members, and Superintendent Hartman, thank you for your leadership and support during my 15 years with Windham. Who would have ever thought a boy from Paris, Texas, would be standing here today? I would like to acknowledge and thank the employees of both Windham and TDCJ for helping me get here today. In my 38-year career in education, I have been privileged to be a part of some great teams. However, the best team that I have ever been a part of is this one with Christina Hartman and Robert O'Banion. Together, we have accomplished a lot, and we have changed the culture at Windham.
Yes, sir.
I want to personally thank Ms. Hartman for her guidance, her professional development and growth of me, as well as her friendship. Her knowledge and passion for correctional education students, and residents has made me a better leader and a better person. Thank you to the regional principals, the department directors, department administrators that I have worked hard with and that have supported our vision together. Continue that journey that we have started. And lastly, I would like to thank my family, who allowed me to move to Huntsville, Texas, away from them for the last 5 years. And I have loved every day of those 5 years being here in Huntsville working for Windham and being on call 24/7 for Windham. I prided myself in answering every call, responding to every email before I would end my day. Even on weekends, holidays, and days off, I answered my phone to support the students of Windham. The love and support of my family allowed me to serve and put the students and staff of Windham first. This sacrifice has been very rewarding to me and worth it. However, I didn't know that's what she was going to say. Now is their time. Thank you for everything, and I have thoroughly enjoyed being a part of the Windham School District.
Thank you, sir. The next agenda topic covers consent items. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items on our agenda? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is our superintendent's report. So, Ms. Hartman, we understand that you will be presenting on student pathways today.
Yes, good afternoon again. Today I'm going to cover a topic that often comes up in conversation, and it's how we determine the pathways for students. Specifically, I'll be speaking about the pathways related to high school diploma and high school equivalency and some of the technical training. Our students, guided by student advisors, engage in career exploration activities leading to career pathways that consider each student's interest, aptitude, and the employment outlook in our Texas communities. Windham provides access to an array of options by career cluster that the district renews annually and reviews to align with workforce needs in high demand and high wage industries. During the past school year, as noted in the Windham Annual Report, over 18,000 students participated in academic programs who did not possess a high school diploma or equivalency certificate and or demonstrated basic skills deficiencies. I often receive questions regarding the difference between a high school diploma and high school equivalency track and the impact on student success and employer preferences. For adult learners, both the high school diploma and high school equivalency pathways offer distinct advantages suited to different needs and goals. Factors such as the age of the student, time remaining with TDCJ, educational goals and timelines, and learning styles all come into consideration when selecting a pathway. In Texas, the high school diploma option has historically been available for school-age children, along with options for credit recovery for students under the age of 26. As we may recall, high school generally takes 4 years to complete with various courses and end-of-course exams required for graduation. Accelerated and online instruction as well as dual enrollment opportunities where students earn both high school and college credit now afford some students the opportunity to graduate with both a high school diploma and an associate's degree, something I really wish would have been available when I was in high school. For the past few years, Windham has offered a high school diploma option to eligible youthful learners and younger students at campuses for both men and women, as we have discussed at prior board meetings. Students complete a combination of in-person and online courses and the STAR test online, as would a traditional high school student. Graduation plans include career and technical education courses. Additionally, Windham partners with the Goodwill Excel Center to offer adult high school diploma option for students between the ages of 26 and 50 at select campuses. The Excel Center program is accelerated and takes the average student starting with no credits 2 years to complete. This program is a good option for students who need focused instruction in very specific subject areas and have the time to complete the coursework and end-of-course exams. The high school equivalency route is a streamlined pathway that appeals to many because it minimizes the time spent in the program, enabling them to swiftly transition to post-secondary pursuits and/or employment upon graduation. It is ideal for students who are already proficient in certain areas of the content, do not have the time remaining with TDCJ to complete a standard track, or prefer to earn equivalency through self-paced coursework with flexibility to remediate or progress beyond the based on strengths and needs. In some states, passing scores on the high school equivalency exam, which in Texas is the General Education Development or the GED exam, result in the award of a high school diploma. So you may occasionally hear students say they earn their GED. However, it's important to remember that the GED is the exam, and the resulting credential is the high school equivalency certificate. So there are a variety of exam options in different states that lead to high school equivalency, with the one in Texas being the GED exam. And that's why you'll hear our Windham staff refer to high school equivalency rather than GED. The GED exam was created in 1942 during World War II to help returning veterans complete their high school education. It was developed by the American Council on Education to provide a credential equivalent to high school diploma for those who did not complete traditional schooling. Over the decades, the GED has evolved into a widely recognized pathway for individuals seeking to demonstrate academic proficiency and pursue further education or employment opportunities. The GED exam is normed with graduating high school seniors to ensure it coincides with traditional high school benchmarks, demonstrating the rigor and alignment of content standards. In the 2022-23 school year, 83% of Windham students who sat for the exam earned their high school equivalency certificate. The great outcome of either option for adult learners is that both the diploma and the equivalency certificate make students eligible to attend post-secondary education programs at colleges and universities. And I'll just provide an example. One of my best friends, who is the director of a rehabilitation facility in Florida, earned her high school equivalency certificate through the GED exam and then a degree in mathematics at the University of South Florida. A degree in mathematics would not be my strong suit, but that shows you that different pathways can lead to university for different endeavors, and they're both great pathways. The high school equivalency certificate and the high school diploma are both avenues for college and career readiness. Both require hard work and dedication and are valued pathways that open doors for employment and higher education opportunities. However, understanding the distinctions helps Windham direct students to the option that best aligns with their circumstances and ambitions. Windham School District employs a structured approach to prepare students to earn their high school equivalency, utilizing the tests of adult basic education and the GED Ready exam to gauge progress. Students must demonstrate improvement in their scores before advancing to testing, which is complemented by a variety of instructional formats such as small group and whole instruction. The district utilizes resources such as curriculum and Aztec learning management software to support students in mastering different subject areas. Windham prioritizing equipping students with the knowledge and skills needed for success rather than solely focusing on meeting minimum test requirements. The district's placement of students in classes according to their educational levels fosters a supportive environment, alleviating concerns about academic preparedness and the intimidation often associated with testing. Title I and special education services are available for eligible high school and high school equivalency students. With the reinstatement of Pell Grants in prisons in 2023, the district is diligently working to equip students with all the necessary tools for success in any chosen pathway. At the beginning of the 2022-23 school year, Windham established the College and Career Readiness Department, focusing on 3 key areas: career readiness, occupational licensing, and post-secondary pathways. The department has collaborated with TDCJ to facilitate in-person and virtual interviews between employers, students, and graduates, ensuring meaningful employment in their fields of training. And this is where it's very important to recognize that the collaboration and the collaborative approach with TDCJ is how we succeed. So working with April Zamora's reentry team and ensuring that we're all on the same page in terms of the training that the students have received and who's going to foster that pathway to employment is making us extremely successful. Every month, Windham School District is engaged in meetings that include the reentry division, the facilities division, manufacturing, agribusiness and logistics, rehabilitation programs division, and Pearl's about to be invited, Renee, so you've got an invite coming. And on a monthly basis, we talk through these pathways for students related to work-based learning. So this is meaning that whether they're high school equivalency, high school graduate, that they're engaged in apprenticeship or engaged in career and technical training in preparation for workforce reentry. We've found that academics alone at the high school level, as in the community, does not do it. Right? People are not successful on academics alone. There has to be some type of additional training, either through a college, through apprenticeship, and working with these different divisions. So I wanted to give them a shout out for the wonderful work that TDCJ is doing to make sure that these pathways are supported as the graduates enter employment. So, and I basically just summarize that so you can go to the next slide now. So we're all providing a crucial role in guiding students along their educational pathways. And I will say also that employers and colleges have not expressed a preference for either high school diploma or high school equivalency. As long as the student is college and career ready and they're willing to learn, it doesn't really matter what the completion was or how it was achieved, as long as they're continuing to pursue. And again, we're just happy to provide this information today, hopefully some clarification on the career pathways and the various credentials that are offered that open up those post-secondary and employment opportunities for students. And this concludes my report.
Very good. Any questions? I've got a comment and question, but I'll open it up to the board for any comments or questions on Ms. Hartman's report. All right, well, y'all are letting me go ahead then. So today we had the pleasure of being at the Sanchez unit, and I know we have a number of the Sanchez unit Windham personnel here. So could we take a moment and maybe introduce them? I know we're going to be recognizing one member of that team in particular with respect to the family literacy program, but could we just take a moment and just introduce our staff?
Yes, sure. And Ms. Jimenez, if you'll come forward. Ms. Jimenez is our principal at the Sanchez campus. She leads a fantastic team there. It's always a pleasure to visit. And Ms. Diaz is our family literacy coordinator, if you'd like to come forward as well. They do a wonderful job there. Ms. Diaz, we will provide some information, or the chairman will, related to you, but I want to thank you all for all the hard work that you do at Sanchez. My very first event that I ever attended for Windham, I still remember the Sanchez campus staff running up to me and saying, "No one ever comes to El Paso." So the very first campus visit that I made was jumping on the plane and coming and visiting them in El Paso, and every time we are received very warmly. It is all about student and staff success and collaboration, so thank you for your efforts.
And Principal Jimenez, it was related to this, related to Ms. Hartman's presentation. We had a chance to visit with some of the students who are preparing to take that GED examination to get their HSC. Did I get that right? Okay.
Excellent.
All right, I can learn, and hopefully I can learn. But I would be glad to hear from you about kind of how that program, that Pathways program, is kind of working at your particular campus. In other words, how are you seeing students progress towards the pathway that you want them to achieve?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Did that work? Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to brag on my campus. Pathways has been essential for our students, as the statistics will show related to our campus. We have a high number of HSCs that we've earned. Last year we earned 100, and this year we're at about 81. The school year's not over yet. And so we see moving from one level to another level and how that pushes our students into earning their HSC. As Ms. Hartman said, what we are seeing is much more success when they are able to earn both the HSC and a career in tech trade of some sort. The HSE is just not sufficient anymore, although for some students, because they're with us for a short time, if they can get that HSE, they're one step ahead, even if they go home without the trade. But if we can do both, yes, that's much more effective, and it meets their success.
And the other thing that struck me too, just from our short visit there, was that, you know, the age of the population at Sanchez, we've got young men who are there.
Yes.
And so just talk about that and trying to transition from wherever they were in life before they came to us to achieving that.
Yes, we have students from the age of 18 on up. And so some of these youngsters are very immature. They don't think they need school. They're really hard to reach sometimes. What we have developed at Sanchez is an orientation session with them, where we meet with them, me, my student advisor, the Title I teacher, and we talk to them about what they would like to do while they're with us. How long are you going to be with us? Do you want to be successful when parole looks at your certificates and what you've done while you've been here? What are your interests? What would you like to do when you leave here as a profession, as a job? Do we have what we need on our campus to serve your needs so that you're successful and not come back when you leave us? And so with that information, we develop what we call a course plan, and we set certain coursework that they need to take so that when they leave, they have a toolbox with several things in their toolbox that they can take with them. And again, each one of those orientation sessions is a separate, it's individualized because the needs need to be individualized for those youngsters. But we have found much success with keeping them enrolled that way if they have a voice and have the opportunity to say, well, yes, this is what I'd like to do. And so we have had 100% of our under 22s enrolled. Sometimes we have one or two, too many things going on at home. I cannot deal with school right now, but we check on them every 4 to 6 weeks. Are you ready? And so we really check on them because those youngsters don't need to be in prison.
And then just give us a few words also on the vocational programs that we were able to.
The Career and Tech program at our campus is phenomenally successful. We've got fantastic teachers. We have HVAC, we have electrical trades, and we also have culinary arts. We have a lot of students that are interested in the stackable programs where I can take HVAC and possibly electrical trades at the same time, and that will help me be even stronger when I leave. We have students that really have a passion for the culinary arts, and they want to open up what's new out there, the food trucks, and that's been a big thing. They design their own restaurants and talk about expenses and overhead and how many people do I need to hire, and all from building a restaurant to talking about allergens and how I need to make sure that my clientele does not have get sick when they come to our so many things that they really didn't think about. They thought they were just going to learn to cook. No, it goes much deeper than that, and we've had a number of students asking for the advanced culinary class, so we're going to try to see if we can do that as well, possibly a construction carpentry for a lot of the students that are not able to take HVAC, not able to take electrical because of their history. They can take the construction carpentry course. So we are very successful at Sanchez. We have been a highly ranked campus for the last 3 years, hopefully this year as well. And so we just keep on trucking with what we're doing and adding more as we can.
Well, we
for our
really
students.
appreciate all your
Thank you,
leadership
sir.
as part of a great team at Windham at Sanchez. So thank you very much. And Ms. Diaz, don't go away. We're going to be calling you up in just a minute. So, but thank you, Principal, for your information.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And so just one quick question to our superintendent too. So when we're traveling, from all over the state, coming here to El Paso, so just give a few words for the audience. We know, but the public doesn't necessarily know. Do you take the opportunity in making a trip like this to conduct further meetings, training, team building with your team?
We do, yes. And actually here today, we have our regional principals from all across the state. We take the opportunity prior to board meetings at the different locations to bring our regional principals together. We have met for the last 2 days covering the school year closeout. So the regional principals have presented to us on their successes, data, challenges, area of growth. We had a great session yesterday on micromanaging, how to avoid micromanaging. So we did a lot of self-reflection on what are we doing well, where do we need to improve. We all have areas in which we need to improve, and we all have areas in which we do well. And it also gives the regional principals the opportunity to view different campus operations in different parts of the states to take back some good ideas to their particular regions.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Hartman at this point? If not, we will move on to the report from the chairman on today. I told you we're going to come back to this, the Family Literacy Program. As you all know, in our role as the Board of Trustees of the Windham School District, we strive to highlight active programs within Windham that are making a real difference in the lives of the students in custody within TDCJ, and the programs that are helping not only them, but also their families and society as a whole. Windham School District's Family Literacy Program is one such program. This program empowers a parent to become and stay an active, encouraging partner in her or his children's education, even while that parent is incarcerated within TDCJ. The program is one example of how Windham programs can both encourage incarcerated parents to be a positive influence in the lives of their children and to put that positive influence in action. And this program provides one additional method through the power of education to combat multi-generational incarceration. Today, as you've heard online, and those in person certainly know, we meet in El Paso, and so we call back to the podium Ms. Maria Diaz, the Sanchez Unit Family Literacy Coordinator, as a representative of this program and other similar programs being conducted across our great state. So Ms. Diaz, we understand that you began your journey with the district in 2012 as an administrative assistant at the Sanchez campus. Your dedication led to serving the state of Texas as a parole officer before returning to Sanchez as the Family Literacy Coordinator in 2022. Known for your innovative ideas and compassionate efforts, we understand you are a valued member, as I'm sure the principal would second, of the Sanchez team, fostering meaningful connections among the program participants, their children, and caregivers. Ms. Diaz, we are deeply grateful for the lasting impact that you have made through your unwavering commitment to enriching the lives of the students and families who are served. As we understand it, as a board, the Family Literacy Program is structured into 3 distinct phases, each designed to build parenting skills and to facilitate practical application through interactive activities. Phase 1 of the program, Foundations of Parenting, focuses on teaching participants essential parenting skills and the importance of being involved in their child's education. Phase 2 of the program, Parenting in Practice, allows parents to apply these skills through interactive activities such as book readings, homework assignments, and parent-teacher conferences, and reinforces the lessons from Phase 1. In Phase 3 of the program, parental engagement is emphasized through ongoing involvement in which program participants initiate plans for parental interaction throughout the school year, encouraging parents to actively engage in their children's educational journey. To ensure safety and program integrity, the participants are carefully screened. Caregivers must approve participation, and the child's school district must agree to facilitate parent-teacher conferences and share information with participants. And I'll take a moment to just say that we as a board appreciate the cooperation of school districts throughout our state in this effort, because Windham obviously can't do this program without the partnership of those districts.
Exactly.
Since transitioning from a pilot program in the 2022-2023 school year, Windham's Family Literacy Program has demonstrated remarkable progress. Last year, the program facilitated 20 parent-teacher conferences and 200 interactive activities, including book readings and homework assignments. This academic year, the number of conferences has increased to 27. We hope to keep that number going up, right? And interactive activities increased to 684, reflecting heightened engagement. And I know I speak for the board superintendent in saying that we hope this number of engagements will continue to increase. The introduction of family literacy days at participating campuses has further strengthened family bonds, providing opportunities for participants to engage in various literacy activities and foster in-person connections, reinforcing family relationships. Family literacy days have been hosted at the following campuses: Cofield, Hilltop, Sanchez, obviously, Stringfellow, Torres, Wainwright, and Wynn. Each event is uniquely tailored to provide a fun and enriching experience for participants, caregivers, and children alike. And I think we heard some of the details of a recent event there at Sanchez that meet those criteria. Activities include arts and crafts, literacy-based games, and meaningful interactions that promote proactive engagement. Additionally, the events feature a caregivers focus group, offering a space for the caregivers to connect, share experiences, and provide feedback on the program. Feedback has indicated positive outcomes, with caregivers demonstrating that participants are starting to recognize the challenges associated with parenting and part of that growing up business that you were talking about, Principal, and making more of an effort to be involved in their children's education. During focus group discussions, caregivers reported an increase in children's desire to read, proficiency in reading at grade level, and improvements in grades, as well as social and emotional health. Windham's Family Literacy Program continues to make significant strides in promoting educational involvement among parents who are incarcerated, therefore working towards breaking that cycle of incarceration and creating a brighter future for participants and their children. And I know I also speak for the board in saying that this type of program promotes the ultimate and first goal of this board of public safety, not only because it helps strengthen family units, but it also helps members of our population focus on positives and positive activities, such as fostering their family relationships even while incarcerated. All right, enough from me. Let's hear from you, Ms. Diaz. Can you please give us a little bit of your perspective on these family literacy programs?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I am very excited to be here, and yes, I would like to give a little bit more about the program. I love it. I am so happy that this program was created with Windham. When you see the faces on the fathers, because over here we have just fathers, when you see their faces, when they see their children through the video and they start talking to them and they start reading to them, they start getting teary eyes. You see these strong, tough men. Well, there they will start. They will break down. When they start to read to them, the children are asking all these questions, and he's telling the little story, and we finish, right? When we have another book reading another time, or like the following month, now we have the little child saying, "Wait, Daddy, I have a book. Let me go get it. Now I'm going to read to you." And it just makes my day. It makes my work worthwhile. And I love it. I love it. And I had a few words of thankful. I am deeply honored to receive this recognition and would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to a few key individuals and groups. First, my sincere gratitude goes to Chairperson Mr. Eric Nichols, and the board members for their exceptional leadership and unwavering support. I also want to acknowledge the Windham School District for the invaluable contributions to our community. A special thank you goes to Mrs. Jimenez for her undivided support and guidance, always. To my family for always being here for me. I love you all. Finally, I am immensely grateful to the Sanchez Education team for their commitment and hard work towards helping me make this program great. They're very great at helping me promote in every class when they have new students. They help me so much, and that's part of my recruiting with them. This program's impact on a resident is profound, and being a part of it is a privilege I deeply value. I thank you all once again for this honor. And if you have any more questions on the program.
I'm sure that our superintendent may have a comment, but I'd also like to recognize you have family members with you here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would they please stand so we can recognize them as well? And I can tell from their faces they're very, very proud. So, Ms. Hartman, any other comments?
I think that you summed it up very well. Thank you for everything that you do and the impact that this program has on our communities and our students. Without you, it would not be possible. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for 2024-2025. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Robert O'Banion, will be presenting today. When you are ready, Mr. O'Banion, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman, members, for this opportunity to be here and discuss our upcoming budget for the 24-25 school year, and also for your ongoing support of our district. A year ago, the state legislature provided additional funding to Windham School District for salary increases. The first of which was a 5% salary increase to all staff effective this past September. Also included was a second 5% increase with a minimum of $3,000 for all staff effective this coming September. This provided $3.3 million in additional revenue to the district in next year's budget, and we're very appreciative to the legislature for this funding. I'll now go over several areas in our 24-25 budget, which is located behind tab E in y'all's binder. If you'll turn to page 3 of the Windham School District budget book, you'll see the total revenue increased by $3.4 million for fiscal years 25 for a total of $81,272,691. The fluctuations from the prior year include the pay increase I previously mentioned from the legislature. Additionally, revenue from the Memorandum of Understanding with TDCJ increased $6.2 million to reflect the 5% salary increase and expansion of a satellite office for the Echo newsletter at a women's facility in Gatesville. Special grant funds for fiscal year 25 are just over $4.7 million, which is a decrease primarily due to the decreased roll forward for our Title I grant funds from prior years and the closeout of our Texas Workforce Commission grant for integrated education and training. The all funds budgeted expenditures increased for FY25 by 6.5% or $5.9 million to $96,439,823. The FY25 recommended budget includes multiple one-time expenses utilizing funds committed for various initiatives. These expenditures include $1.3 million for a statewide professional development event to support employee growth, collaboration, and engagement, $100,000 for employee tuition and certification reimbursement, $250,000 for expansion of career and technical education for heavy equipment, truck driving, and other resources, $2.2 million to continue expanding and improve technology for students and staff, and finally approximately $2 million for administrative office improvements. The proposed budget for next year also includes funds to continue operations for the expansion of 11 new campuses which were added this past September in 2023 for $5.8 million. This $5.8 million in funding will be included as an exceptional item request to the legislature as part of our legislative appropriations request submitted by the Texas Education Agency. If you'll now turn to our personnel schedule at the bottom of page 8, you'll see the overall total full-time equivalent positions increased from last year by 2.5 to 1,188.5 FTEs for FY25. The remaining pages, 9 through 13 of the budget book, reflect our different salary plans. I'd also like to add and thank you each for over the last few weeks had a chance to sit down and talk about our budget and what we had planned for next year. And I also want to extend a thank you to my team back in our administrative offices, particularly our business service team and our human resources team. They worked very hard and had made significant contributions to creating the document that's before you today. So I want to give them a shout out and thank them very much. So. And at this time, I'd like to request the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the 24-25 budget for the Windham School District as presented and the salary schedule per board policy. Thank you.
All right, Mr. O'Banion, I expect there are going to be some questions from members of the board. Any questions before I launch in? So Mr. O'Banion, I kind of stumbled in when I was in the administrative offices in at your basically administrative headquarters, and I saw the level of work that was going into the whiteboarding of different parts of the budget. Just kind of give us a little more on kind of the process that's gone through every year to make sure that we're spending the taxpayers' money wisely.
Sure. It's pretty lengthy. We start early in the year. In February, we start off with some funding calculations in my office for the operating budget at each of our campuses. And the team starts probably in the February-March timeframe. Then we submit out budget requests to the field. Each principal gets their budget and they work their budget and submit that back probably in early April. So they're actually requesting the budget for each of their campuses. When that goes out, another submission goes out to our administrative team. All our department administrators receive their budget to build their budget for next year. So that's your April timeframe. And then all that feeds back into Huntsville for May. When we sit down and schedule meetings with each department administrator and go over their requests. So we have a good idea of what they're requesting, what their plans are, and the funding to support that. When you get into late May and June, we do our staffing. That's the bulk of our budget is our payroll. So we do a thorough review and we sit down with, have staffing calls with each principal and discuss their roster at each campus, any needs and staffing changes that are needed at each of those campuses. And those changes are incorporated into the rosters, and then we use that to build our budget for all of our salaries. So it's a pretty significant process, and you know, the spreadsheets after spreadsheets of numbers that you know, we've got some team members that are real comfortable with numbers and putting that together, and it's quite an accomplishment from not just my team members but also the team out in the field and other departments.
Well, it definitely takes a village to put together a budget like this, and I can testify firsthand to the hard work that's gone into it. Now, just one follow-up question on the vocational programs that you were mentioning. Are those factored into the base budget, or are those part of a exceptional item request?
They are included in the base budget. We have part of those staffing calls for career and technical education include all we speak with each principal about their CTE, the acronym CTE teachers, and any additions or needs there. Now we do have funding that we've included from the exceptional item, not exceptional item, but committed funds.
Yes.
For the expansion of career and technical education. But the exceptional item is at the 11 campuses, and that does include career and technical education teachers at those 11 campuses for that expansion. So yes, there is some career and technical education funding included in that. There is a total of, I believe, 49 teachers involved in that exceptional item request. I don't have the breakdown on how many of those are the CTE component, but I can get that, but they are certainly in there.
Sure, but what types, just for our education, but what kind of CTE programs are we talking about here in terms of what is proposed to be funded in this current?
So we've got, the list of different programs. We've got, from welding, construction, carpentry, electrical, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. are some of the major ones. Plumbing, those that I named off, some of them are cosmetology, which are all regulated by the Texas Department of Licensing Regulation to leave to a licensure for our students.
Right.
And then we do have 40, I believe, career clusters. Christina, is that close?
Programs, right, trade
Yep.
types. So there are 11 career clusters that we're looking at
Yep.
that our students are eligible for. And then these programs that he's describing fall in career clusters. And he's describing many of those that fall in the architecture and construction field. And he's doing a really good job because the instruction side is usually Mr. Lilly. And then we're looking with TDCJ, we're looking at some more innovative programs as well, like solar technologies and things of that nature, line worker programs that are prevalent in various areas across Texas.
And I think you mentioned truck driving was one that I think there's possibly some additional funding that's being requested for that. And to the types of food service, food truck type programs that we've heard about today, including from our Sanchez principal, are those considered to be part of that CTE education as well?
Yes, they're in the hospitality and tourism career cluster. And then we also have information technology career cluster, transportation and logistics. So that may be a good future presentation for us to go over those different career clusters.
I think that would be fantastic, and I'd also like to get a sense of the reach that those programs have within our population. In other words, how many women and men among our population are stepping forward to take advantage of those CTE opportunities. So look forward to hearing about that. Any other questions, comments on the budget as proposed? If not, do I have a motion with respect to these matters?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for 2024-2025 and authorize the superintendent of the Windham School District to make transfers as necessary as authorized by policy.
A motion has been made by Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from I believe it was Secretary Burrow. Is that correct? Yes. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Windham School District Superintendent contract. During our executive session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendations regarding the superintendent's contract and the superintendent's contract. Are there any further discussions or questions that the members of the Board of Trustees have concerning that contract, the superintendent's contract? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the contract for the superintendent of the Windham School District effective September 1st, 2024 and ending August 31st, 2029 to include an annual salary of $199,500.
Now, let me just clarify. So this amount adjustment for the upcoming year, which will start September 1, is based on the 5% adjustment that Mr. O'Banion was talking about with respect to salaries across the board. That's number one. And then number two, it is a reflection of the Board of Trustees' level of confidence in Ms. Hartman that we are entering into a contract not for 2 years, not for 3 years, not for 4 years, but for 5 years. And but that contract will allow us the flexibility to evaluate not only Ms. Hartman's performance, which we trust will continue to be outstanding, but also to consider additional salary adjustments going forward in the future. So with that motion and my commentary, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Secretary Burrow. I have a second from General Welch. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I again thank all of you for coming here today, and we very much appreciate the hospitality of the entire El Paso community, including our community at the Sanchez unit. The next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will take place on Friday, October 11th, 2024, in Bryan, Texas. There being no further business, the 343rd meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 4:47 p.m. Thank you all very much.